Prego. Sì, perfetto. Le gli do la scheda con questo pezzettino che sto registrando.
Sì.
Ecco, così vediamo come va bene.
Sì, ma non è un problema.
No, ma andava bene anche senza prima di formattato. L'ho voluta riformattare con la stessa camera, vediamo un po'. Così ho formato questo.
See, we just went live, yeah?
On room one, yes.
Brilliant.
Formato,
Sì, io ho chiaro tutto. Room one is live, I go upstairs, set room two. This is okay. USB-C to VGA.
Do we have any others? What do we have?
VGA or to HDMI. I go upstairs.
I have a dock thing.
Microphone.
guess we might as well start then, seeing as about to go. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, we can begin then. Caroline McNamara from Red Hat, and this is using resolution-independent positions for writer screen rendering of text. So let's have a look at why I want to do any of this, what the problem is. So here's the problem. We have some dancing characters, sometimes known as wiggling letters. And the problem is that when you add text in Writer at the end of a sentence, glyphs preceding where you've added your new character start moving around in unexpected ways. So on the top one, we see the W moves further away from the U when we add the full stop. And in the second one down below, we see that the W moves backwards when we add a character in front of it. It's called dancing characters in some locations. It's called wiggling letters in other locations. And the question is, why is this happening at all? I suppose just the basic, obvious thing is that on your printer, your resolution is a lot higher than it is on your computer screen. So if you just assume that we have a 720.print printer and a 72 dpi screen, the actual glyph on your printer is, 10 times relatively larger than it is on your screen in front of you. So that's a large A and a small a, and then another random character, the monocular O, a many-eyed seraphim, which is sadly only shown with 7 eyes on this font, and it is meant to be 10 eyes, but that's a separate bug, which matters more to Tor than it does to the rest of us. So why is it doing this at all? There is actually a wiki page on the old OpenOffice.org website that explains the algorithm and gives some of the background. So what Writer was actually doing is that when it renders to the actual PDF, the final print output, everything is perfectly fine there. Writer does this measurement and layout and everything in the large, high DPI printer resolution. So there's no problems with the print output. The problem is trying to squish that down onto the screen. There's a link to the original wiki page, and the quote from that is, if we display the characters on the screen exactly the position they get on the printing, then the spacing looks ugly from time to time, the widths are inconsistent, and so on. And it's because the screen resolution is very small. But that doesn't really give you the full reason for it. The full reason for it is the little screenshot of the next 2 lines, is that on the bottom, the text is wider than on the top. On the bottom, you have hinting. On the top, you don't have hinting. And the hinting is there to try and make things more legible on these low-resolution screens. So the unhinted is what you're going to get in your printout, whereas when you're drawing it to screen, you get the hinted ones, which are meant to stretch the letters a little bit to the next pixel boundary or thereabouts, and then do certain things to make it more legible at these low resolutions. None of this really matters anymore if you have a high DPI screen like I would normally use, but most people are still probably not using those. So this hinting is causing an effect even still. I think basically back in the day when this heuristic was put into place, especially on Windows, there was no control over any of this hinting stuff. So you just had to live with what you got when you tried to render these characters. So this is Andreas Martin's diagram from the wiki page on the writer layout algorithm, writer rendering algorithm that's used here. And as he says, that relatively speaking to each other, the screen sizes of the characters are wider than the printer size of the characters. So the problem is that when you have them laid out beautifully in printer space and then you push them onto the screen space, and you're forced to use the wider characters to render that on screen, they're not going to be relatively correctly where they were in the printer one, and you have to do something about that. So on the first line, you get what happens if you render these screen glyphs to the printer positions on screen. What you get is these characters overlap outside of the designated space that was given to them. And the second one then is where if you position them relative to the screen positions, then you get the overlapping of the characters. So you have to go one way or the other. And if you go back to maybe an old version of Abbey Word, that was the kind of thing that we had there, was that the characters were in the correct positions for the printer, but then the screen glyphs were just not quite at the right sizes for that, so they would appear a little bit squished and mushed and overlapped. There's a couple of compromises there that are documented in the last slide. Basically, you have to do something to make it look a little bit less terrible, but keep within the overall bounds. So the last line then is Andreas' compromise. Those are all the various things he tried, and the last one then is, he says it's a compromise of biasing one way or the other, which is more described in this one. But a compromise solution, kind of complicated, but basically he takes two positions and he tries to find some arrangement of them that looked kind of right. I think I was sitting in a different room from Andreas when he was coming up with this, but I could hear him on the other side of the partition, basically banging his head off the table and his head's in his hands. So, this took a long period of time. One of the quirks of it was that if you have pair kerning activated for the text, then this biases more towards the printer than the screen. So people have discovered that if they select this text that isn't working very well and they turn on pair kerning, it looks like it's having an effect. Visually on screen it is having an effect, but it isn't having an effect that it should be having. In fact, now you're getting pair kerning enabled in your printer output, but your printer output was okay the way it was. It's just how it's being displayed on the screen. So you're changing the underlying properties of the text just so you get a visual effect that only matters for your on-screen representation. And then when you do your PDF printout, you've got pair kerning enabled, and you didn't actually want that at all. So what you actually have is two really totally separate different positions, two totally different fonts. We're trying to munge them together to get something visually acceptable, and it's just a heuristic that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense at all. And it's just there because you're trying to overcome the effect of hinting at this low screen resolution so that you can get something that is visually acceptable and has some bearing to your final printout. So let's try and see what happens if we change all that, and we have some obligatory OpenGL transitions to prove that that still works as well. So there's a lot more options available now. When that heuristic was available, you do generally have control over over hinting and various other features that didn't exist when this was put together. So let's drop that. Let's drop the idea of having two different layouts, basically a screen one and a printer one, and let's just go with the printer one. Put the glyphs where they're supposed to be, and then set every setting that's available on all of these different platforms in different ways so that we can actually render them as best as possible without having to do any of these hacks within Writer. Bring it all the way down to VCL, see if VCL can push that down to the final platform renderers and make that all okay. So what's that going to do? It means that whereas originally you were saying like you had a 10-point font and you're putting it at position 10, 11, and 12, or you could say you bring it up into the printer space and you say position it at 100, 200, and 250, bring it all the way down to VCL, divide by 10 at the last minute, and then you have your fractional positions, and we have to bring all the sub-pixel layout stuff into play at that point. What it means is that we can keep everything in Writer as it is, because it's working perfectly fine in Writer when you're going to the printer output. There's nothing wrong in Writer that requires sub-pixel positioning within Writer. It's perfectly fine with its high DPI numbers already, where it's positioning things at very large integers, which are big enough. So we can leave Writer alone, and we can leave all the top-level applications alone, and we're just changing this DX array, this text positioning array. We're changing that from integers to floats and transporting it all the way down to where it needs to go. And then the hinting. We don't want anything that changes the positions of the characters to be in effect. So we want all that hinting along the direction of the text axis to be gone. We don't care too much about any hinting in the other axis. So what are we bringing it down to? What is our final text renders? We have a lot of them really. We have the direct write, D-write under Windows, and we had a SKIA 1. Under Mac OS, we have Core Graphics and the SKIA 1. Linux, our default one, is the Cairo one, and there's a SKIA 1, and there's a Qt one. The terminology then of what they use for all this description is a bit different on the different platforms. Microsoft, as far as I can see, uses resolution independent layout as one terminology here. Also uses natural layout. I've used those two terms for this talk then. You talk about linear metrics, no matter what size you're using, you're double in width, and the metrics are double in that direction, so they're scaling linearly, unlike the previous one. Or we can call it unhinted glyph advances. Again, hinting is turned off, so the glyph advances are unhinted in that direction. Then the actual hinting that's used, there's different hintings of different types. The ones that are working here are changing the positioning in the text direction axis. But there are other hintings that are often called light hinting or slight hinting. And what's implied by all of them, when you look into it, and what's explicitly said in the Qt versions, that it's prefer vertical hinting. So that while the characters are the same distance apart this direction, you still got some flexibility in the other axis to say you can allow it to distort the glyphs in that direction to give some room for maneuver to bring back some degree of legibility that you might have lost by not allowing hinting in the other direction. So that's the first bit then is your platform independent bits. As I said before, this DX array just used to be integers, so that you can only position things at various pixel points. But we changed that inside of VCL. Back to doubles, there's a long chain of things from where they come in. They have to be brought down as doubles all the way down to the various platform bits. There's a lot of work done there already, which is behind the configure option for using floats all the time, but wasn't entirely complete. And it was more of a kind of a, let's change all of them to doubles, and maybe that will make a difference. But even if you had enabled that, it wasn't going to make any difference in Writer, because Writer was still using this try everything in screen pixels. So it might even have been that there was a few attempts here that people were disappointed in because it hadn't actually had the effect they wanted, unaware of the fact that Writer was working against them anyway, no matter what they did. So yeah, selectively bring that into play just on this one path, where we start off as large integers at a high scale and bring it down as doubles to the final screen on that one path, and leave the rest of the VCL float device pixel untouched for now. So on this path then, stop rounding. Initially I did this as opt-in, so just for Writer alone would say, I'm okay with you not rounding these values, and work on Writer alone. Afterwards, when I was more confident on it, I brought it in for anything where the text positioning array was passed in the first place. If one was passed and you were scaling the text, then this stuff kicks into play, which means that it doesn't kick in if you just draw text, which means that if you're using the user interface, not the GTK one now, but your usual DCL one, that all of the same hinting that was used in the past is still used. So your user interface text is unchanged. At least it should be unchanged. So on the platform specific one then, what have we got available? On the DRive one, you set your text rendering parameters, and one of those options is this rendering mode natural. And the rendering mode natural then is described as allows glyphs to be positioned with sub-pixel position, and therefore suitable for natural resolution independent layout. So on Windows, enable that. We have our values coming down as floats, and the first problem is that we get this issue that we're missing the bottom row. But that's fair enough. What's happened there, of course, is that the bounding box is still in integers. We've passed in that our doubles are the positions, and they just gotten truncated. So we have to round up the pixels to full pixels when we come to getting an integer bounding box to say what range should be printed here. So the direct write one is fairly straightforward, a couple of small issues like that. The Cairo one then, if you just give Cairo, or at least a modern version of Cairo, floating point positions for text position, it just does sub-pixel positioning on its own, so no extra features there initially required. But again, with the hinting, we don't want any of that hinting that munges things in the wrong axis. So we just set the slight option. I don't think the slight option is fully, the specified by Cairo in its documentation as being vertical only, but we know when you look at the code that it maps to the free type low target light, and then that is documented as vertical grid only snapping if it's supported, and vertical grid only auto hint or otherwise. In other words, it's not going to do anything in the axis that we have a difficulty with, and we allow it to do whatever it wants in the other axis. Then there's another option, which is this hint metrics, which I initially turned off because the documentation for it sounds like it matches quite well what I want to do. However, it means, yeah, if we turn it on, text will be laid out differently at different zoom value factors. To me, I want to have my text laid out the same regardless of the zoom factor, so I turn it off initially. What it does entirely, a little bit vague to me. The Skia one then, at the font level, it has the ability to set the subpixel true, requests that the glyphs respect subpixel positioning. Sounds good. Again, we have the same thing, the light hinting, called slight hinting in this case, also maps to free type low target light. Same thing again. And then I noticed that there happens to be a subpixel anti-alias. It says glyphs positioned in pixel using transparency. Sounds kind of about the right thing. So that turned on as well. Then we come into the practical difficulties with these things. And the first practical difficulty is that when I try and render anything under Windows, it's not using any of our fonts at all. And it's not using the Skia path. It falls back to a different path. What it seems to be the case there is that initially, when I was doing it, any of these private fonts, the fonts that are in your share directory or your local installation share directory, weren't picked up at all. This probably isn't an issue for the real install, whether installed onto your system directory when you bring it in through the installer, but when you do it from a local install, nothing is rendered properly at all. And the way we get Skia to find fonts means you have to have one of these D-Write font collections, and it defaults to using the system one. So I adapted this to build a font collection of our privately installed fonts as well, so that Skia can be used in a developer build just as it would be in the final build, and you get the same results. So that worked. A little bit difficult. One of the asides there was, I noticed in our own unit naming, I thought it was pretty grim that we had file picker 2 and 3, and we didn't get it right the first time, and we had to just add a number to it. But they literally have 1, 2, 3 to 8 on interface for the D-Write factory, so we're in good company on a numbering scheme. macOS, similarly as well, except that they like much longer names for their functions. And again, it's just going through all of the potentially relevant options, finding the ones that look like they're the ones that allow you to enable subpixel positioning, turn them on, look at the ones that might be related to rendering that, and tweak them a bit. Okay, so things are looking reasonably good at this point. And then first catastrophe strikes. First catastrophe, I'm not sure if, yeah, it is possibly visible there, is that you can see that the top row of pixels is just missing. That's reported by Nicolas here. So looking around the Cairo's bug tracking, I find another report with exactly the same font saying that these subpixel text strings have a row of pixels cropped out sometimes, and that's exactly the same problem I have. I notice if I turn off hinting entirely, then my top row comes back, so maybe it's a hinting relating issue. So we look a little bit closer to that. Matthias's initial commit for enabling subpixel positioning and rendering is there, and there's a cluster of other issues around that linked to it. We dig through one of those or a couple of those, and we see that there's a comment that a proposed patch that turns off an internal feature on the font config options for Cairo to turn off this round glyph positioning. I apply that to a local copy of Cairo, and everything is perfect. But that patch isn't merged, so I can't actually rely upon that behavior. So what I like to try and do is I'd like to explicitly set off glyph round position on my font options, and that way then I get my row to reappear like it does in my patched version of Cairo. This is an internal flag, so I have no actual access to it. But it does turn out that if you were to create a different Cairo surface, if you create a vector one, an SVG or a PDF one, then it's set on by default. So you can get one of those surfaces, get its font options, turn off all the public options, and you know you've left behind that private option that controls this round glyph. Then you merge that with our own font options, and you end up with control over this one flag that I want to experiment with. And that works. So my row reappears, and I can get hinting at the same time, vertical hinting. But then real catastrophe strikes. That's where things get a little bit worrying. Because people start talking about that it's smeared and it's fuzzy in 7.4 versus 7.3. And smeared versus fuzzy is really hard to deal with, because what's smeared and what's fuzzy and what's crisp and what's sharp, and I can't see these things. I mean, I can put the two lines of text up beside each other and I can see that there's differences, but I don't perceive that one is better than the other or anything like that. And it's real obvious to a lot of people when they see it. They say, oh my God, that's awful. And then other people see it, I don't see anything at all. You know? So it reminded me of this XKCE, colors things. I mean, yeah, I can see that they're different colors, but I can't see that they're different enough to justify having different names. I mean, it doesn't matter that they're different to me, but it matters to other people. So as you can see for yourself, one of those lines of text is awful, impossible to read, revolting, and the other one is perfect. I think the top one is perfect, and the bottom one is hideous. But it turns out, anyway, luckily enough, that the Skia one, the one that's gone through this process, is considered acceptable, so that I know the top line is good, and I know the bottom line is terrible, and I know both things are actually eventually both using free type, so it's both going to the same place, so it should be possible to get the other one to behave correctly. So now you can debug into Skia, and you can see that hidden away in Skia, there's one little feature called baseline snap, which is on by default. And what it's doing, of course, is it's snapping the other axis than the one I'm interested in. Obviously, I'm interested in the text direction axis, but it's snapping the y-axis positions to the nearest pixels, and it has vertical hinting enabled. Yeah, so that kind of fits together maybe, that you snap vertically, and you give it full pixels within which to operate. It's plausible at least, so we can give that a go directly on our side, because we have full control over the Y positions, especially now that we've snapped off the internal feature. So we can ourselves snap the Y and leave the X unsnapped. And we end up with exactly the same pixels as the acceptable Cairo case. So if they're exactly the same, then it has to be acceptable. And for reference, the top two are exactly the same. And the next one then is the original picture I showed you with Skia on top and Cairo on the bottom. Somewhere along those lines, I dropped the set hint metrics feature, so I don't know if it's worth revisiting that or whether it has any effect on the actual final rendering. Yeah, so that's the final completion of the subtext positioning, which is enabled now for anything where any scaling is done with a GX array. But that solves the wiggling characters issue for one sense. There are related issues, and there's a lot of related issues in these bugs. They're all 30, 40 comment bugs, and there's a lot of commentary about if I'm at this scale, the bug goes away, if I'm at that scale, and it's very hard to break them down. They break into different categories. The big one is the category here where the things go backwards because of this attempt to reconcile two different glyph positioning systems entirely. And then there's a whole little subcluster of issues as well, which I have another little description of here. So the first one is, well, we'll ignore the animation for a second, but the first issue is that if you export to some formats and re-import again, then the text kerning is all wrong, and that turns out to be just boiled down to a small little issue where we hadn't exported out the use printer metrics feature. So with that enabled, the docx versus ODT problem goes away, and then we're down to another issue. And when you have your text run, your sequence of text that's all processed in one go, everything is perfectly fine. So when you split it then, the layout is done with just the new text run with no relationship to the previous text run. So let's take the top animation. You can see that the ligatures there, I've done ligatures just to make it more obvious, but it happens without ligatures as well, is that when you split it, then the second little sub-runs are done separately and independently. In the first one, I'm undoing at the end of it, which means it goes back to the original run. So if you split the text for some reason with formatting and then you undo, you go back to the original run. In the bottom one then, if I toggle bold or I toggle the font, the run is split, kind of irretrievably split. So even if you go back to the original formatting, the ligature doesn't reappear because you have a separate run. So you have two problems there. The first problem is that your undoing versus toggling are two different things. Your run isn't restored, and then even if it is restored, the format, the way we lay out the runs has no bearing on the previous one. So you're not going to be able to underline half of the ligature or anything like that. So just for interoperability purposes alone, we have a problem there. So if you look at the Microsoft one, and you see, say, like the bottom line, the wonderful there, where they have underlined O onwards, and you look versus the writer one, you can see that the positioning in Word is the same as if there was no underline in the first place, where for ourselves we've split it into multiple runs. So that's one problem. And then we see over here with the coloured area where we have the FF and FI ligature, that when we select it in writer and we do that again, the runs are split. Over in Word, the runs are not split. Now, Word isn't able to colour half of the glyph, so at least it's not perfect, but we're nowhere close when it comes to that. And I think it was just mentioned in yesterday's DSC about this being an issue being posed for high severity or whatnot. But yeah, I thought I'd at least cover it in this talk because it's relevant to wiggling and writer glitches. And the end. Okay. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Read it out. Oh, it's very long. Looking at the fixes that Khalid provided, the Kashida problem should be fixed now as it is mostly, but for relatively low zooms, 100%, you can see that the glyphs that should be joined together have about 1 pixel space between them. How to diagnose this problem? Yeah, I don't know. I suppose the first thing to make sure is that it's not there in the PDF output, just to rule that out for a start. So make sure that it actually is getting all the way down as close as it would be. The Kashidas themselves then might need investigating to see if the Kashidas are coming down as doubles or whether they're getting squeezed through pixels. So you probably have to see a test case for that as possibly one or the other. Either it's wrong in the first place and you'll see that in the PDF output, or somewhere along the line it might be getting munged through integers and not getting all the way down. You'd need investigation in person, I think.
HDMI too, should they? It should work.
Okay, this is supposed to be the content controls in Writer talk. Hello to those who don't know me. I'm Miklos. I'm from Hungary. I'm hacking on LibreOffice for a while now as a collaborator. And this talk will be about content controls, also known as structured document tags from the XML specification, and how they used to be handled in Writer and how that got improved, and so on. So what's the feature? What we try to support here is form filling, and when you fill in some form, like you need to specify your name and your birth date and your favorite color and so on, when you type in some tags, then wouldn't it be nice that Writer has all this rich text formatting, like you can mark part of the text as bold and custom font size and font color and whatnot. And all this is not possible with Writer fields because that's really just a dummy character, and then we have some string stored somewhere about what the field is expanding to. And wouldn't it be nice if this would be rather an annotation on Writer text, so that you could have the full formatting and you can have like images encoded there and all these usual things that you know from Writer. And for additional trouble, Word started supporting this in like 2007. And for all of those documents, in case there was rich formatting there, then we could not import that to Writer perfectly. So given that it can have character formatting inside, that means that we break that into multiple text portions in Writer. And so unlike fields which are always some static tags with no custom formatting, this can be multiple portions. Although, at least for this inline content controls, it's always inside a single paragraph. So if you would like to model that with bookmarks, that would not be perfect either, because bookmarks can be starting at random positions and ending at other random positions. A bookmark may start inside the table and finish outside the table, or at least in multiple paragraphs, and so on. An additional trouble is that content controls support nesting, similar to the meta text attributes we already had in Writer. So if we model this with fields, which would be another candidate, then we have the trouble that you can't nest fields inside each other in Writer, because fields are modeled with a dummy character, and you can't really hide a dummy character inside the dummy character. So it seems what is perhaps the closest is like this meta-like text attributes, and that can be used to enforce that the content controller stays inside a single paragraph. It supports full Writer formatting, and it supports nesting. And then there are multiple types of these content controls. When we don't specify the type explicitly, then it means this rich text. So that's what you can see at the bottom, like the content control may break to multiple layout lines, and even inside one layout line it might have multiple portions, and there is this shading to signal that you are interacting with the content control, and there is also a border around the bounding box of the multiple portions. Note that we are done with the rich text. It's more interesting in case we can add like a more specific control to the different types. So you can have a checkbox. Again, this is like writer text. This is not a control shape that you need to manually position and pray that the text around is not getting layout and then it will not look like the way you want. And also you don't need to like manually search for these characters, like what is the checkbox and what is the unchecked checkbox and so on, because when you insert this in writer, then it will set it for you. And if you want something else, like let's say a cross mark or a check mark, then you can customize that. But you get something same by default. This was a trouble with the field mark based approach, which also had checkboxes, but we had no UI to insert this. So it's some functionality which is kind of there. It's nice. It's not in the UI. Users don't find it, so you don't get bug reports. But it's not really useful because you can't really create or modify this. And this is also working. Test. Okay. I should not touch this button. I will turn it this way, and perhaps it helps. At least you can watch my fingers. So this also works nicely with accessibility. You can navigate with the cursor to the content control and press space to toggle the checkbox. Somewhat similar is the drop-down one. So this one.
That was it. You were watching my fingers. We got the back of
It will be a little bit uncomfortable to stay in this, but I can still move. Now this will be a little bit more like a lecture, which is not nice, but at least you can hear me. That's the point. So drop-down content controls. This has a number of additional complexities. So what you can see on the screen is if you navigate with the cursor inside that drop-down content control, then we also draw an additional drop-down button, at least something that looks like a button. And you can click on that and you get list of you get these list items, and then you can choose, let's say, your favorite color. One constraint there is that for drop-down there is no free-form user input, so it's enforced that what goes into that content control is one of these list items. And also we have display name and the value for each of these items. So this can be nice in case you have some human readable name, and also you have a programmatic name for that. And later, for example, with data bindings, you can read the programmatic name, and you don't have to worry if perhaps the display name was translated or something. Then you don't have to adjust your parsing script. One additional complexity here is that for checkbox, you can kind of survive by initially just hard coding your Unicode values for what's the toggled and untoggled Unicode character for the checkbox. But for a dropdown, you really need to provide some UI to create, show, modify, and delete those list items. So an additional content control properties dialog is now provided, which initially just had one single checkbox to track if this content control is currently a placeholder or not, because you want to provide if you're in EVR. In case it's a placeholder and you click into that, then we pre-select the text, so it's easy to type it over. But if you already filled in something valuable, then doing the same would be a bit inconvenient. then this dialogue gets extended depending on the type of the content control. So for drop-downs, you get this additional grid where you can specify the items and do the usual operations on them. You can also alter the ordering of these items. The next one is picture content control. So imagine that you are preparing some CV template, and there is a position where you would like to have some picture for the applicant, and you want to do pre-formatting of this image. So you decide where it will be inserted, what will be the size, perhaps specify some good-looking border there, and so on. You can do all this with the placeholder, and then you mark it as a placeholder picture. And when you click on that, or you go there and press space in the keyboard case, then the normal insert image picker is showing up, and you can replace the placeholder with an actual image, retaining the original formatting. So again, the focus is on somebody with a good taste can do all the tricky formatting to make it nice looking, and for the end user, they just need to insert the image and not bother with how it looks good. Next one is date content control. That's somewhat similar to the drop-down because, again, we show some additional VCO widgets when you navigate into the content control, and you get this date picker. It has some less visible features, like you can specify the language that's used for formatting. Like you get a timestamp from the date picker, and you need to present that somehow. We need to turn it to some string. And when you format the date, we can have a date format, and also we can specify a language. So in general, LibreOffice has a pretty good knowledge about how to do these things. It's more like hooking up this date content controller to do the usual date formatting. Then you have the plain text one. Like this is odd. Like we did this much work to have rich text inside the content control, and of course then you want the opposite. Like let's have one type which locks it all down and makes sure that it's plain text. And this only makes sense in case your document is already like full of content controls for all the inputs, and then it would be odd to have something completely different, just like an input field, just for one type. So in this case, what you can do is, imagine that what's visible here would be some normal non-bold text. You make a selection and you make just that single word bold, and then due to this constraint, the entire content control will be marked as bold. So what else we have? Combo box. I think this is the most recent type. This is pretty similar to drop-down, but this one is allowing free-form user input. So far about like what you can see about content controls as a user. Perhaps like this is supposed to be the development track. So perhaps you are also interested in like how this is implemented. So I will say a few words about that as well. So when it comes to the document model, it's very similar to these meta text attributes, which are also like a UI, but otherwise the idea would be that you can mark a span inside the paragraph and you can put some attributes on, or like semantic annotation and whatnot on that. Anyhow, the idea is that there is a content control class which is actually storing all these properties, like the type and what are the list items of a drop-down, and what is the language of the date formatting and so on. And once you have the core content control, you need to have some kind of pull item subclass, because that's how we work. Like whenever we insert formatting to write our text, we work with pull items. Like we have a pull item for a bold text or underlying and so on. So we have a pull item subclass, this format content control to be able to insert a content control around some existing text. And then you need to somehow track when this content control is starting and ending, and if we are expanding that at the end of the paragraph and stuff like that. So you need a text attribute subclass for that. So text content control is doing that. And initially, I only added a dummy character at the start, so that it was a property of this text content control when it ends. This means that when you travel with your cursor, then you can explicitly decide when you enter the content control. So if you at the very start, then you can decide if you are typing right before the content control or at the start of the content control, but inside, because it's a different character position. And initially, I did not have a dummy character at the end, but that turned out to be annoying. If you have some content control at the end of the paragraph, then whatever you do, somebody will be unhappy. Either you go to the end and you start typing and you wanted to add some content like outside and you are unhappy because you are typing inside, or the other way around, like you wanted to append something at the end and you can't really type at the very end of the content control still inside. So this is all solved by having a dummy character at the end as well.
This should work now.
Thanks a lot. It's like, I don't know, it's uncomfortable to sit down and not having the ability to walk. Yeah, one additional benefit is that we have these problems, for example, with bookmarks, that the bookmarks are just referring to document model position. So in case you have two bookmarks starting at the same position, then it's not really clear what's the ordering. In case we have a dummy character at the start and also at the end, then you just avoid this problem because there is a different document model position if you, let's say, anchor some image right before the content control or inside, but at its start. And then for the UNO API, that's needed because the whole ODT import and export is mostly working with that. So it's necessary to expose that somehow with the UNO API. We have a content control class wrapping the core implementation. Also, it has a text class, which is giving you a virtual text object, which is just the piece inside the paragraph, which is the content control. So let's say you have like 3 words in a paragraph, and the middle word is the content control. Then you get a virtual text object which looks like containing just that word, even if in practice that's one full paragraph and it has other content. Then for the layout, it always works by creating these layout portions. So now there is a content control portion, and that's similar to the normal text portion. And that's how the layout knows how to do this shading and border around the content control and so on. The border is quite similar to input fields, so that can be SDR overlay and similar to selections or commands on text ranges. For the pop-ups, you need a control subclass similar to the page break editing widget, because that knows how to travel with the document when you scroll up and down. And we have 2 of these. We have a drop-down one for drop-downs and also for combo boxes, and we have another one for the date picker. Then perhaps you want to save this and load it back. This is, as mentioned, this whole content control concept was introduced in OX some amount of times. So you can ignore doc and RTF and other legacy formats. Just make sure that you fall back to plain text, but otherwise no need to bother with the formatting. Docx has this SDT markup for this, which is like our document model was intentionally created in a way that it's more or less a one-to-one mapping from that markup to this. Although still there are complexities at loading and saving when it comes to data binding, and that was already there because like a year ago Vasily was working on that, and I imagine that the next talk will go into specifics regarding this, and it's nice that those filter widths could be left unchanged. So what he was doing at filter level is still useful today because just the core writer implementation got swapped, but the API is still the same. Then for ODT, I had to introduce some new scheme bits so that you can describe all these content control types and the properties and whatnot. And in the PDF case, that's the most recent thing, we export these as fillable forms, which is nice because in most cases, for all these content controls, it's something that's a single line and it's something that you can model with the rectangle, and then it fits nicely to the PDF form filling concept. And Word is just exporting this as plain text, so we can do better. Then we have some UI for this. So I already showed you how the content control properties dialogues look like in the drop-down case. So this is what you get in the checkbox case. You can define like what are the two Unicode characters that you get when you interact with the checkbox content control. So we have menu items, and in the online case we have the navbar buttons to insert these. For the modification, we have a dialog, and if you want to modify the actual content, then you can just type it as normal writer text. There is no explicit UI for this. And similarly, deletion happens by just selecting the entire content control, and you can delete it as similar to normal writer text. So this all looks good. How do we test this? I was worried that if I leave testing to the very end, then there is no time for the last few items of the planned work. So I rather did this long list of tasks as working through the various features. So there are cursor tasks, document model tasks, layout tasks, loading and saving tasks, PDF export tasks, UI tasks, and so on. So hopefully it's not that trivial to break this feature without breaking some tasks at the same time. We also have some ODF proposal, so that ideally if I bring enough cakes to Regina, then the next ODF version perhaps will contain something for this content control. We have some documentation for the UNO API, and also 2 help pages for these 2 dialogues for the content control properties, and there is one inner dialogue for the list items. So that's mostly it. Thanks to mostly NGI for funding this feature. It was possible to do this because they were allocating resources to do this, and that's mostly it. So content controls is like just one more way to create fillable forms in Writer. If for users coming from the Word side, this should be much more familiar because that's mostly the features that they know from that word. And now ODF can support this. We can export to PDF, and you have this number of types of content controls enforcing different behavior based on what type you specified at insert time. So I think that's it. Thanks. Any questions? Regina?
Last time I tested it.
It's for the YouTube stream.
Last time I tested it, the combo box didn't work. Is that in the meantime in the daily? And second question, may I assign bug reports directly to you?
Is this right? I'm just answering for the sake of the stream. So combo box is a quite recent addition. I don't remember exactly, but I would claim it was done in the 2 or 3 weeks ago, something like this. The combo box and the PDF export is very recent. So that was not working, like if you tested it like 2 months ago. What was the other question? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question was, may I assign bug reports directly to you?
Feel free to CC me, and I will see how I can find time to look at that. That's always so that way I'm aware of things, and directly assigning is considered as not as friendly. So please don't do that. But CC is fine.
I have also 2 questions. You said that
it exports to PDF as a form. As far as I remember, the text box in PDFs has fixed size. And do you reflow the text? Do you recalculate the inside the PDF, how it's done? Or is it going to leave some space between words?
Yeah, so the PDF model is working with fixed sizes, like that's PDF. That's why we like it, because it's very hard to break it because it's that low level. So in case you design your document so that it looks good at PDF export time, then you need to fill the content control with some placeholder so that it has enough text. So that's something you need to watch out for.
The second is, can I make a suggestion? The checkbox dialog, if you can go. Can we write, instead of checkbox and colon, checkbox character, and then below just check it and uncheck it?
You mean the checkbox frame or the one after?
The label checkbox, which is bold, we put checkbox character, and just below, check it and uncheck it.
I will show you the UI file, and you can do it yourself once you know where is the UI file, because you are just tweaking the labels, and that's fine. Like this dialog looks like made by a developer, and it is made by a developer. So such improvements are always welcome.
Sure.
Yes, that's all. So thanks again.
Are you giving that?
Yeah, just screen it from the left.
Ah, cool. Okay. I would just.
It's a video overlay with a hat, like OBS. But we can do it differently. I think that's what Italo was suggesting. But I mean, she should carry audio. Yeah.
front, right, front, left.
Take number 12. Hi, this is real take number 12. I really hate pre-recording talks because when you talk live, well, LibreOffice conference talk. Take number 12. Hi.
I'm not sure this is working. Can we guess that for the room audio? So let's at least get people in the room to hear what Vasily is saying, and we can then get the recording fixed, I suppose. But this is
So good. It might be very loud in a second. Maybe you want to.
And yes, this is another talk about structured document text and how things are happening in Writer about this. And yes, because this talk is pre-recorded, I potentially duplicate some information which was talked before. I cannot dynamically react on previous talk results and tweak some presentation, probably remove some errors, I don't know. So it is done as is. Sorry about that. Time to introduce myself. My name is Vasily Milinchuk. Nice to see you. Sorry, not in person. Sorry about too many sorries and apologies to this moment. Hope it is all to this moment. I mostly work with CIB software company and Allotropia company. We are doing LibreOffice as well, among other activities. I do LibreOffice for around 7 years. Right now I looked inside Git log for my first commit. It is marked as 2015. So yeah, correct number will be 7 years to this moment. To this moment I'm certified LibreOffice developer, of course, through these years, the Document Foundation member, and so on and so on. I am reachable by my email used in my Git commits. It is still valid, still actual, it is not changed. Or by this complex nickname on IRC or Telegram. On that channel I'm reading topics or able to see this feedback in person. Done. And move on to main topic of our speech. At first glance, SDT looks like something related to forums. And yes, if we look back in the history, since the beginning, it is a beginning or dark ages for me personally, but probably somebody else do see how these features do appear inside Microsoft formats. I don't know. For me, these oldish things were forever. For making a simple input check, and through years these features were extended with third-party tools. I'm aware of some of them. Even at CIB we have implemented some specific extension to these form features, and they are in productions even nowadays, as far as I know. But well, guys in Microsoft decide that, well, this form spinning way is a bit outdated, and what else could do guys at Microsoft in those days? ActiveX, and ole. Yeah, it brought much flexibility in creation of the forms. Right now, much more varieties, much more tweakable features of these forms. Of course, much problems in LibreOffice. This is what we know about called structured document text. And at first glance, as I said, it looks like another attempt to invent forms. What? Well, yes. Inside Developer tab, in Design mode, we have classical buttons to insert some elements inside your document. And yeah, right now we're inserting SDT elements, SDT forms. All other oldish features are hidden under a special drop-down list. And here we see classical form fields, ActiveX controls, and so on. So all forms created nowadays with Microsoft Word are SDTs. Except special cases when somebody decides to, on XML level, well, initially pretty simple. Inside, for example, a paragraph, we have a new token, SDT. It has own properties. Here is a list of some properties. And SDT content, where we have content inside. Classical run with some text and some content. In most cases, the writer don't recognize SDT at all. And if writer do recognize SDT, it does not keep or understand some features of SDT. No more SDT, or SDT is some invalid state or lost some information, and so on and so on. Well, to solve such kind of problems inside writer filter, we have a classical solution, grabbags. It is a special storage for keeping all the docx nonsense we do not need inside the writer core by itself, but we need to keep this data for later saving back to docx, because this nonsense is important for docx and for Word. So after some refactoring of this grabbags support for SDT, still don't like it. Some 5-digit numbers, quite old bug, was resolved during this process. Well, there are some levels for SDT which can be used in document practically. These are levels defined in the specification of OpenOffice XML. Basically, we have inline level. It is exactly looks like we have an example before. No problems to this moment. Well, there are some nuances possible. Here we have multiple problems. We had multiple problems until work done by Niklas. Many thanks to him about this, because when I looked into the situation, I ran away and I'm scared. But he did this job, and it seems things became much better. The standard, this looks something similar to block level, to previous one. Situation, so well, something similar. But what about final type of SDTs? It is row level SDT. So entire row of table can be defined as SDT element. Well, I have no idea how to do this correctly. And most important, I have no idea what we can use this SDT for. Or do this practically. No, it is possible to create this area in spite of spent time in this area. So, well, classically we see that SDTs are used as a form. And in case of a writer, we still have some problems with these forms. For use case, like mentioned the Mozilla task, when we have a document which is write protected, user has allowance just to edit form content, but because there are no form elements, user cannot edit nothing practically. But on semantic level, looks okay. Different, but actually doing about the same job. And yes, this did help to resolve an initial problem. Well, we have an edit field, and right now form and document became editable. But well, this brings some other new problems. Problems with formatting of this field. And yes, this one is not yet fixed. Sorry about that, again. But I have some ideas how this can be improved. Try to find the time to resolve this topic. This was easy case. This case became much more interesting. In spite of I feel myself I'm an expert in SDT. What else you can do with forms? I found this one, situation. And on document level, things looks pretty familiar, and it looks very related to what I already showed you about. paragraph, SDT inside, some properties nonsense we keep in grab back, and we are written back correctly in docx, so no problems here. Content, some content element, so everything is fine. Instead of some content, what is this? Where did it came from? Absolutely different content practically. And where we can find interesting property, data binding, with definition of some interesting properties which are responsible about fetching the data, where the content of this SDT came from. And situation with SDT became well defined inside SDT content. I actually just pre-recorded result, some calculated result, which can use any reader that doesn't understand about SDT. But if you want to do something more complex, receive more reliably about data binding. As I already said, situation is very similar to what we have with field and field result, shape and shape result. If any reader doesn't understand how to process the shape, it can just take shape result, and here it is a bitmap, just draw it and don't problem. And if we look into this data binding more correctly, more deeply, we have several attributes. At first, XPath. Well, no surprises, just XPath expression, which is used to calculate some external XML file. Here, in this case, we have some custom XML folder with custom XMLs, which can contain some specific customer data. Not always this type of data binding can be referring to some internal properties of document, missing for a long time to understand how we distinguish among many XML files which file to evaluate XPath. And my initial implementation almost a year ago was quite primitive and stupid. We were evaluating XPath for every XML we know about. XPath succeed? Okay, we got a result. XPath failed? Well, we have some XMLs to check with. Well, I understand this is really stupid, but I did not know how this store item ID is working really in practice. And this property contains a global identifier of storage and number.xml, which is, defines the global ID for XML file item, 1.xml, for example. Instead of asterisk here can be usually numbers used. Item properties 1 and matching corresponding item 1, item 2 and item properties 2, and so on. Like title, author of document, and so on and so on. And another identifier for custom properties. It is user-defined properties which stored in docx package in separate XML file. And here, we can query for modification and for displaying inside SDT all these type of properties. And final element we have for data binding is prefix mapping. It is just a list of namespaces defined in this XML. It's about this design. Starting from the end, prefix mappings. Why do we need this property explicitly given? Because inside this special XML about item properties, we already have information about used namespaces. Why we provide this second time inside data mappings, I have no answer. In most cases in docx package, we use local resource IDs. We have special .rels files, which defines list of resources. And when we inside document, we just link to these resources. For example, it is an image in separate file, and we just place RID number 7, for example, and this will be a reference to this image. Or hyperlinks are also defined as some resource ID, And inside document, we also just provide a link to this resource. But in data flow, we don't use these IDs. With potential extension to support some extensions to Microsoft Word. For example, we have some extension which registers some identifier, global identifier, unique identifier, and when document try to ask for some data from special storage ID, and the storage ID is matching, the job about seeking the data is extension related, which some data a user asking from SQL database or some other source, I don't know. Why XPath? Well, again, no answer. I think these complex features are just some geeky features created only with custom XML editing. You're wrong. It is easily can be done inside Word by itself. Under the same developer tab, we have a huge button called XML naming pane. And clicking on this button shows a corresponding panel on the right side of the Word, where you can select and drop down list all the existing attached XML files, or even attach a new file included in bundle, and iterate through this XML tree. And for any random node, you can just insert content control and type of control you want to use from this external XML file. But on modification, we also should update it back into this XML. And yeah, this nowadays also done by writer, as you can see. So, as you probably noticed, SDT is something much more wider than just another attempt to fill the forms invented by Microsoft. As standard says, this is a final form of extra standard semantics represented by SDT. Well, what I love about specifications is that I understand all the letters, understand all the words, but altogether I have no idea what it means. What is this practically? Again, based on my understanding of specification of OpenOffice XML, we have structured document text. We also referred in specification as a content control. And it is another attempt to separate the document presentation and some data we put in document. This is one possibility provided by SDT, some XML file we embed in our document. And practically it is just a combination of custom XML markup, which already about feature I've talked about, and a smart tag feature of Microsoft Word. It is just ability to mark some areas of document with some special, let's say, bookmark for later automate the document data fetching. This work to support all the features I already mentioned about took a bunch of commits done at the end of last year. I hope these efforts did improve LibreOffice and do not break it very heavy. And actually, according to my impression, SDT became much more stable than it was before, at least in the cases I'm aware about here. For example, the interesting feature about control of multi-line. For any element of SDT form, we can tweak and decide, are enter presses allowed in this text field or not? So can you have more than one line in this element or not? In Writer, currently we're missing this. Instead of just a boring gray highlight, background highlight like we have in LibreOffice, right now Microsoft Word allowed us to have some other random colors to highlight. Another complex feature I don't want to dig into. because it is related to glossary part, which contains an entire new document structure, which contains some document parts which can be referred from our document or in this placeholder to be embedded inside main document. It is complicated stuff, and LibreOffice does absolutely nothing about this. I'm not sure how often it is used and use it all. Probably we are happy right now without this part of OpenOffice XML specification. I don't know. Building blocks. Another cool feature of SDTs allowing to construct complex documents. Right now, nothing here in our case makes sense. Image galleries. Also, I can insert it in my document. What I can use it for? No ready answer. Well, probably in some cases are possible. And yeah, this is not complete list of things which can be happened with SDT. And yeah, we are missing in our writer many of them. Still. Bad news, there are tons of them. Good news, I think they are mostly business-oriented features and not actually useful for many end users, let's say. Because for me as an end user, I can use the writer to fill any form containing SDT, and I'm happy. But if I want to create a form with SDT, well, this is absolutely another topic, and we can discuss. And that's all. Thank you for listening to me about this topic. Sorry, no questions can be answered during this session. You can reach me somewhere else by email or on IRC or on Telegram. Many thanks. See you. LibreOffice conference talk.
So if there's any questions, indeed, you got Vasily on IRC, or I think he's also in the Matrix room. And if that comes to worst, then you can ask me or someone from the team, and we will forward that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Is it okay now? Can you hear me? Oh, so my name name is Balázs Varga, and I'm hacking on LibreOffice since 2018. I'm working at Allotropia since June. Most of my work is related to calc and chart, but I also have some work in Writer and Impress as well. And also I worked a lot on XML interoperability and new features, of course. I will show you new implementations, features, and bug fixes around charts and autofilter issues in calc. So let's start them. This feature was the movable chart data point labels. Earlier it wasn't possible to move these objects and shapes. So it was a shape with predefined fixed positions like top, middle, right, left, and etc. But there were some other positions like best fit in case of pie chart. By the way, it is possible to move these objects in Microsoft Office. The expectation was to make the data labels movable, also in the charts. So let's move. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah. So as you can see now, these data labels are moved away from their predefined fixed position. It is possible to move them with mouse or arrow keys as well. To make it work, I had to add some new objects to the data label shapes objects, and also I had to manage the position and size of the shapes depending on which chart type we have, and a lot of other things as well, like import, export filters. I had to create new objects for leader lines. I had to manage overlaps and etc. I will show you examples for that. Obviously, moving the data labels is working in case of all chart types, also the import and export, almost. Let's see another not trivial chart type. It's on this slide you can see how it looked like in case of pie chart before any implementation. It is simple for the outside position, and it wasn't possible to move the labels yet. There were also many overlaps and unreadable labels. The picture was taken after an ODS export. Also, the pie chart has different kind of labels positions, as I mentioned earlier. So it was harder to handle the movements from these positions, but I will talk about later. Let's see how it looks like now. This pie chart had the labels with an outside positions, and from the labels were moved from that positions to that exact position where they are now on the picture. And the image was made after an ODS export, so also the ODS import and exports are working well. Also, there are no overlaps there, which is partly due to a new algorithm that we use on the labels as well. You can see leader lines there, but let's talk about those later. Let's see another example for the OXML part. In this slide, there is a picture about how it looked like after an OXML import before any implementation. In this case, the chart labels moved outside from the chart area on the top and the left side as well. By the way, the data labels above should be inside the red rectangle, and also on the left side as well, in the red rectangle, and would be connected to leader lines, but it didn't work yet. Let's see how it looks like after a correct import and implementation. It is a picture how it looked like after the OXML import, fix, and the data labels movement implementation. These labels were moved to those exact positions in Excel where they are on the picture. Now they are in the same position in calc as well. By the way, it is also possible to move these labels anywhere inside the chart. The calculation is based on a simple coordinate geometry theorem. We calculate the move position from a fixed 0 position, which is the top left side of the chart, and the previous position of the data label. Also, as I mentioned, the hardest part was making it work in case of pie chart, because there is a position named best fit, which is a very different algorithm than the other ones. Let's see what's happening there. Two things are important here. As I mentioned, we calculate the position from the 0 position and the left, top left corner of the chart position. The second thing is that the best fit position, which is also didn't work well. You can see on the left side there are overlaps, and the leader lines make no sense, which was a halfly developed implementation from earlier. On the right side, you can see the results, how it looks like now, after rewriting some parts of the best fit algorithm, how it works. First, we check that the data label is fit inside the pie slice. If yes, we keep it in. If not, we move it outside while we're watching the other labels, the pie chart position, and the side of the chart. Also, we are avoiding to not being any overlap with the other labels. Let's see another example. On the left side, there is another example how it looks like after an OXML import. You can see little leader lines as well. And the picture on the right side was made after improving the best fit algorithm, the leader lines, the data label movements, and the filters as well. I think it looks better now. And the data label is not overlapping each other in case of pie chart as well. Let's talk a little bit about the leader lines, which was also another improvement. But these lines are connected to the data labels with the correct data points. It is also a new object, and it can be turned on and off. These lines are only visible if the distance between the data labels and points are large enough. Other hand, we don't create them and don't rendering them. It's not a very interesting slide, but it shows some related bugs which had been fixed by improving this area. It was a lot different kind of developed, started from similar developments to rewriting more complex algorithms. Let's move on to another implementation. On this slide, there was custom shapes inside the chart objects. It is possible to draw different kind of shapes into the chart, like on the top of the slide. But the problem was that we didn't import and export them to XML. The image was created before the implementation, of course, and there should be shapes inside the charts, inside the chart. Let's see how it looks like now. After the fix and implementation, all kind of shapes can be imported and exported inside the chart as well. All kind of file format. There was also issues around the ODS, import and export, but that also works now. Let's see another feature. It's a really interesting one. This feature is that now we can use named ranges for data ranges in charts. In the picture, you can see that it wasn't possible to give any named ranges or data ranges, and the text box of the range was red. Also, the chart wasn't appeared. By the way, it is possible in Microsoft Excel, and because of that, after no XML import, the charts are disappeared. and sometimes transformed into images, sometimes disappeared. Let's see how it looks like now. As you can see, it is possible now to use named ranges and database ranges in charts. Also, the ODF and OXML filters are working, so there won't be any data losses. Of course, you can only use valid named ranges or database ranges, otherwise the text box of the data range will be read just like before. Also, as I mentioned, you can use database ranges as well. Let's move on to another area. That's the autofilter area. It is very popular and widespread around the users. The first part of these improvements was date filtering. The most problem was related to the OXML import and export. For example, there was missing datetime filters, and the results of the filtering in other columns was also missing, as you can see on the picture. It shouldn't be empty, of course. Also, after the export, all the filter disappeared. Let's see, on the left side, you can see that after OXML import, the data range and the autofilter arrows are completely disappeared. So the hidden rows cannot make visible again, only if you create a new filter on that range or just make the hidden rows visible again. On the right side, you can see the results after the filters fix. The filtering works well and the correct values are checked and unchecked in case of all date and time filters. They are imported and exported correctly to XML as well. Let's see another feature. It is the formatted values in the filter list. As you can see, before any implementation, not the formatted filter elements, but the unformatted ones appeared in the autofilter list. So it was less user-friendly and it was pretty slow with a large amount of data. For example, if you had a column with formatted currency or rounded values, the default unformatted numbers appeared in the filter lists. Also, some number values have been compared as a string to each other in the autofilter, and because of that, it was much slower than if we would compare them as a number and filtering by that. So let's see how it looks like now. As you can see, there are the formatted filter values in the C column and also in the autofilter list as well. In this case, it is just an example for a currency format, but it should work with all kinds of cell format. But even if they are formatted values, the autofilter engine comparing them as a formatted numbers and not as a string, of course, which makes it faster, especially with a lot of data. The hardest part was here to handle the duplicated values, which came from the rounded values, because if we rounded the values, very possible that we get some same values, but that's also we are also handling those as well. Let's move on to the next one. This is also a new feature in the autofilter area. With this, you can see the hidden elements and their status in the filter lists. What are hidden by other filters of different columns. For someone it can be useful, especially if wants to see which elements were checked or unchecked before they were disappeared by another filters. Especially in case of large filters and lots of columns, it can be very useful. Also, it cannot be changed, which is the checkboxes. which is very important. Otherwise, the functionality of the auto filter would have changed. So you cannot check or uncheck the elements. And the inactive elements are at the end of the list. So it won't bother using the auto filter. By the way, in the future, maybe this feature will be able to turn on or off, but that's not implemented yet. Let's also slide some related bugs which had been fixed by improving the auto filter area. It was a lot different kind of develops. Also, I couldn't present a lot of other things, like the issue when the counting the number of auto-filtered records doesn't work in the status bar, and there was wrong results on the bottom of on the sidebar. That's also working as well. Let's see some future plans. At Allotropia, I'm also working on running LibreOffice in WebAssembly. Now we have good results as well, and the calc can be run in a browser, but still have a lot of other issue there which waiting for more work, but it's running. We will talk about it with Torsten for a later talk, and other features in the WebAssembly. But let's talk about later, and thanks for questions. Is there anyone? Sorry if I was too fast, but I like talking fast. So I hope everything was clear. So if there's no question, thank you very much. Oh.
Have you already any idea what you will be doing next in Calc?
I don't know at the moment, but probably it's working. Yeah, so probably I will continue my work around the auto filter and chart issues. There are still remaining some, also at the chart issues. For example, the best fit algorithm, it's not working perfectly in case of exporting to the OXML, because as I mentioned, the Excel and the Calc use different algorithms to counting the best position of the data labels, and because of that we cannot export them to the same position, of course. And the hardest part that moving the data labels from the best fit positions, because the original position is different from in the two applications. Because of that, we cannot import. We can import perfectly, but we cannot export perfectly to the same position. So it will never be the same in the two applications. But at least it works. The OXML import perfectly at the moment. So your question, probably keep working on the chart and the auto filter area and many other side of the calc, of course. Thank you. Any other question? If no, thank you very much.
Can I start? Okay, I'm Tomasz Wenger from Collabora, and today I'll present about a new feature in Calc. It's two new features, one is in Calc and one is in charts. So this is sparklines and the data tables in chart. So first off, this was sponsored by NGI, and good to mention them that for this contribution. So first, I like to talk about the sparklines. These sparklines, they are like mini charts that are inside the cells itself, displayed inside the cells. This is used to quickly visualize the data inside the chart you run, and they are basically drawn to the background, so you can still edit the cells and overwrite with the content, but this is not nice in most cases, so usually they should be empty. There are three types of sparklines. One is this line, as you can see on the L column here, the first. Next is the column-based. These are like just columns up and down, positive and negative. And then stacked. This just shows if the data is positive or it's negative. So they don't show the magnitude of the data, but just positive or negative. These are generally the types that are supported inside the OXML. So we didn't go and add new ones here, because this will be then even more problematic. So sparklines is generated just for one cell, but they can be grouped inside sparkline groups, because of in many cases you have sparklines multiple sparklines that have more or less the same properties, so you can quickly just add them to the group. And how this is meant is that even if you have one sparkline, it still has to be in a sparkline group. So what are the properties which are now sparkline group properties? Because sparkline itself doesn't have many properties just for the input data. And what we can change here is quite a lot of things. For example, the CS color, and you can choose if there should be a special marker for the negative, high, low, first data, last data, and so on. And you can choose all the colors. Then there is you can choose if it should display the hidden also, or it should ignore them, and if the sparkline should be oriented left to right or right to left. And you can also display the x-axis. This is if you have positive or a lot of positive and negative values, this is good, but if you have just positive values, probably you don't want to show the x-axis at all. Then you have choices like what to do when the cell is empty. You can then choose just totally ignore, it's a gap, or you should treat it as 0, or it should just span it through. Then you can also choose the maximums and minimums of the sparklines. So here you can just say it should more or less automatically automatically choose what is the maximum and minimum depending on the data, or you can choose select that it can choose the maximum or minimum for the whole group. So because the whole group has different maximums and minimums, and you can just choose the best. And last alternative is to just set the custom value for the minimums and maximums displayed. So about the implementation of it. So when I was implementing this was like 3 major tasks. First, add Sparkline model and how it's stored inside the cells. Then, of course, it's very important to add the ODF support and then also extend the ODF with new elements and attributes. So they can be, of course, exported, imported into the ODF format. And same is OXML, Microsoft format. Should support it for importing and exporting. Here is a little bit different because there is already support, so I kind of started with this first and then added the Sparkline model accordingly. A little bit how the class diagram, how this whole works together. So we have a class like Sparkline, and which only has the data range and the output cell. So data range, which is what is data should take into account, and the output cell is just where it should be displayed. And then you have Sparkline group, which can have multiple Sparklines associated. And besides that, there is not much inside Sparkline group because most of the attributes are inside Sparkline attribute class, and this is done because it's much easier inside undo, redo to change the Sparkline attributes class itself instead of just having multiple Sparkline group which would need to copy and the data around. So it's a little bit, it turned out it's a little bit easier to do it in this way. Then there is this class Sparkline list, which just more or less like just holds weak pointers to the Sparkline group and a list of Sparklines that are associated with the Sparkline group. This is generally just so that it can be easy accessed inside OXML and ODF filters, and you can just quickly iterate through all the Sparklines and write it into the file. There's also Sparkline cell. I didn't write anything for this, but Sparkline cell is just more or less a class that is instantiated for the one cell and immediately associated with a Sparkline. It should be one-to-one relationship all the time. So if Sparkline cell is deleted, Sparkline should also be deleted. But I think maybe this is also inside undo redo where we can just allocate it quickly. So I think that undo redo is when you undo it, you can just unreference the Sparkline, and when you redo it, just reference it back. So how the Sparklines are stored inside, we have for the inside calc, you have for all the columns, you have like one multi-type vector that always holds the values. You have also other things like comments that are inside this multi-type vector, and of course the values itself. So there is a new multi-type vector especially for the sparklines. What's special this multi-type vector is that when you have one column, it's a sparse data type, so it only allocates for the ranges the storage. So when you have new range or extend the range, you extend the big range. So if you go to the end, it doesn't allocate the whole column vector, but just what is used. And the same is like now for the sparkline, so it doesn't need to use unneeded memory space. Okay, I had to add to a lot of other undo-redo actions here for the creation and destruction of deleting of sparklines and sparklines group. In this case, I used a principle that reversible actions, so that generally a redo will create the action, and undo it. So you have like positive and negative actions, and there is no other code besides like do one specific actions, but you have just first if you execute an action, you redo it or do it, and then you can undo it. Yeah. So maybe I'll just show a little bit what you can quickly. What can you do with add sparklines inside color? You can just select some data range, add a new sparkline, and you just select where it should be displayed. Yeah. How to get to okay.
I think you can hold control to move the whole window when you get the or was it all
Okay, managed to do it. So, because it also has like this fill action, so we can also do this for the sparklines, and it will be created for each row. Same you can also do with the columns. So what is select when I put the cursor on the sparkline, what is selected here is to show what is inside the sparkline group, so you have easier way to see. So, for example, in this case, this is missing here, so this is not part of the sparkline groups, but it is here. It's this empty. Let's see if it display. Yes. So here is another sparkline that was accidentally added. But you can see it with the sparkline group. You can also then, inside context menu, you have a lot of actions here. So you can delete a sparkline, which means you just delete this sparkline one here, and we'll leave a gap. Or you can just delete the whole sparkline group And same with the edit. You can edit the sparkline group and sparkline itself. Or you can also, for example, you can ungroup it. So now we have two different sparkline groups, and if you change the sparkline here, now I have again this. Oh no. Yes, I have to group it again, and now this is one sparkline group, and this is another sparkline group. And if you think that this shouldn't be like this, you can group it again. And now it's the same as at the beginning. So that's it. Okay, the next topic is the chart data table. This is a little bit shorter. What chart data tables are. Yes. Okay, what chart data tables are is below this the chart. These are the data table below the chart area or the visualization area, and in some cases it can replace also the x-axis on, and there are some cases which still leaves the x-axis present, like in the bottom one. Here there is this x-axis, these labels are still present, but the chart data table is drawn below it. So chart data table is just to list inside the table all the data that is visualized by the chart. As I said, like this is position below the x-axis of charts, and as I said, that can be can also replace the labels. And this is also specified by the OXML, so most of the things are same properties that are defined inside the XSML. And there is not a lot of properties. Mainly there are 4 properties that are unique to the data table. So this either is show horizontal or vertical border. This is the horizontal vertical border is, if you see on the top line of the top, there are horizontal vertical border enabled, but on this left one, only the vertical borders are enabled and horizontal borders are disabled. There's also either show outline and show keys. If I go back, so show outline is outline around the table, which is on the bottom. This one has the outline enabled, but the other ones, they don't have any outlines. And the last is show keys, which keys is maybe not a good description. Generally, these are legend symbols, which is called keys inside Microsoft Office. So I left this. And as you can see in the both this right side data tables have the keys and the left one doesn't. There's another properties which are just already existing properties for the line and field properties, and there's also text properties, so you can change the fonts. Line properties, you can change how the lines will be shown, like if, what the thickness, and if they should be dashed or dotted, and field is how the feel of the text actually should be displayed. So about the implementation, this is inside chart, so I added a new data table class which is just responsible for the model, so it holds only the properties of the data table. And also, of course, the text field line properties same. But the most important here is that the data table view, which is just responsible for rendering all the data table shape. The data table shape just reuses the table shape that is already present, for example, inside the draw. Or, it's just the same shape, and what is all needed is just map the properties from the data table class inside to the data table, this table shape property, which is tricky a little bit. A little bit about undo redo in charts, which is a little bit differently handled as in calc. In charts, every time we do any change, it creates a whole copy of the model. So the only thing I have to do here is that I have to allow the data table class to be cloned. So cloning must be supported, and then everything else was already working out of the box, more or less, which is nice. You can quickly change it. Don't worry about it, but yeah, in the long run, it could be a little bit memory expensive, but I think it's fine. I'm not sure if I have prepared something. Yeah, this is currently gray boxes are fixed, but I have an old file here that still has them. But generally, what we can do here is we can delete the data chart. Okay, first we have to edit normally as we edit just insert data table, and we can choose the properties, and it will create some default data table inside the chart. And as I said, we can delete it. This is most. What can you still do is add the properties. So here you can choose change the properties, for example, for the line. Oh my. Whoop. Okay. Maybe I can just show it. Okay, change the keys. Okay, any questions?
Okay, so I just have one question related to data tables. Have you seen my regression bug reports, and do you plan to fix them?
Sorry?
Have you seen my regression bug reports about data tables, and do you have time to fix them?
Yes, I will look at them. I saw them that they are accumulating, and at some point I will go and fix all of them.
Okay, thanks.
Tomasz, thanks for the presentation. I just thought with the spark lines, when the cell gets higher than right, would it be an interesting option to lay out it vertically? Maybe automatically?
They are automatically.
It is done?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, any more questions? If not, then thanks.
Okay, okay, you can hear me, right? Okay. So, as some of you may remember, I had a talk with this name in Albania, so it was 4 years ago. And when I was submitting talk proposals for this conference, I was thinking like, yeah, it's been 4 years, some changes some things have changed, so maybe I could update the talk. That's why it has the year in the name. And then I decided I will be repeating a lot of the stuff, so I'm not going to repeat the stuff. I will just update the wiki, whatever, and I will just do a lightning talk. You are correctly here for a full talk. That's what happened, and I found out only when I got here to Milan. In the end, I decided I will use the slot when it has been already assigned. So I have extended some of the stuff. I'm not quite sure how much time I will actually need, so let's just see how this will go. I will.
Some of us have not seen your talk 4 years ago, so if you want to weigh your time, you can focus a little more maybe on the reminder part.
Yes, I can also talk to people who weren't there. Still, like this is technical stuff. There will be some commands. Still, the idea is more that I will talk about the stuff, but if you are actually going to use it, you will still actually need to look it up. So it doesn't really make much sense to talk about the exact specifics. I meant this more like an overview, but kind of the point is, I mean, I think there's nobody here who will say, yeah, LibreOffice is so quick to build. I think all of us, or I hope all of us have at least some tricks. So if you have some comments during any of the topics, or if there will be some things you would like to share, or if you will have some like specific problems, if there will be time, we can have a look at it. This is just some of the stuff I have collected, I have found. Some of the stuff I have blogged about, so in case you have noticed that you probably know this stuff, but let's just go over it and see how it goes. So, I still remember times when it was like several hours to rebuild all of LibreOffice. I think the wiki still somewhere says that the build time is something like 8 divided by the number of CPU cores or something like that. So right now, for me, I have 8 cores, so the normal build time is 1 hour, which is acceptable, but it used to be worse. So one of the things that we don't quite like to hear about, if you want things to be fast, it helps to have fast hardware, which is not always the option, but it's in a way the simplest one. And then it generally helps to get good tools. Surprisingly, getting a newer compiler actually generally tends to be faster. On Linux or general Unix platforms, Clang, at least for debug builds, seems to be the better option as far as build time goes, and even that improves. Like, I'm not sure if you can see this. When I updated to Clang 4, my build time for the library SC for the calc library went from more than 4 minutes to less than 3 minutes. I have no idea what changed, but suddenly more than, so there was something like 30% of the build time just disappeared. I have no idea why. It just got better. So if you don't, I suggest, yes? Sorry? Precompiled headers. It's other stuff I will get to. So one of the things, if you want stuff to build faster, if you don't, I suggest that you get Clang and preferably a new one. I also, what the stuff I have, it's this one. You can look at the details on my blog. I'll just show the picture. I did some tests. So the topmost one is just the, I think it was either compiled from the distro, or if I just built Clang just with the default options, and then I optimize it specifically for my CPU, which is a question if it's worth for you because it actually takes time. But if you build with LTO, which is link time optimization, for example, OpenSUSE builds all the packages this way, you still save some time. And PGO is profile guided optimization, which you first like run the program, in this case the compiler, and it analyzes like where it spends the time, and then if you compile again, it uses the information to make it even faster. So this saves like 30% maybe. By the way, we could probably consider PGO even for building LibreOffice if it's this much how it helps, but that's just a note. And then the precompiled headers, the last two are precompiled headers, which I will get to. It's a question if it's worth for you to build your own compiler, but if you want any improvement, there are other ways. This is just one of the things.
The chart you just showed. So what is the longest time and what is the shortest time?
So the longest time is basically just getting the compiler just built in the naive way.
What's the number in seconds of the top?
This is just one source file randomly. Randomly, it's something big from calc, and this one, I think the longest one is 14 seconds, and the fastest one is less than 4 seconds. As far as I know, on Windows, actually, Microsoft compiler is faster than even Clang, or maybe Clang is not as fast there, at least as I remember the last time I tried. A similar thing, you can also use some compile tools, but we by default pick Ccache if it's available, which I suggest. I suggest getting at least version 3, because there were some improvements. It has switched internal compression to Z standard, and it has very little overhead. The compression is enabled by default, so it takes way less disk space. Ccache is not a magic solution. It needs to be exactly the same rebuild, but for example, if you're using often Git, rebase, or bisecting, then you will repeatedly have to rebuild the same time. It can save a lot of time. And in some cases, for example, I have a desktop PC and I have work laptop. I use Ice Cream to distribute it. Back in the time when computers had like 1 or 2 CPU cores, I remember in KD times when there was a conference, we set up an Ice Cream cluster and it was so much faster. It's not as impactful today, but it's still an option if you have more hardware playing around. And a little bit, the linker that actually creates the binaries, the final step during building, also may have impact. Configure already, at least for debug builds once, if you use the default GNU linker, which is horribly slow. So I suggest getting the LLD or the new linker called Mold, which it doesn't make a huge difference, but if you have if you just edit one file, it still can save a second or 2 or 10 if you use the GNU linker. Another way is actually building glass. For some reason, we by default, try to build all the external libraries ourselves, which means we rebuild it all the time. I myself try to use the system libraries, which is a bit more complicated to set up because the configure run takes a long time, and when it's like halfway done, it tells you, oh, I cannot find the system library, please install it and run everything from again. So whenever I do a distro upgrade, not upgrade, if I sometimes don't do this upgrade, I just install the system stuff anew, and then I just need to spend like 10 minutes running configure, it tells me something, I install the missing dependency, I need to repeat it, but then the builds don't repeatedly spend time building the system libraries where we basically don't care normally. If you develop LibreOffice, you should normally do enable GDB util, which will set up extra debug checks and so on. And as a side effect, it will also set up some useful stuff, which is generally not a good idea to do for release builds, like split debug. It will move some of the debug information into smaller files so that it's faster for the linker to process it. This is bad for packaging because then you have extra files, but if you do local builds, it's faster to do it, and if you do enable GDB util, it will just try to do the smart thing out of the box for you. Yeah, unfortunately, if you use Clang, we have quite a number of them, and the way I originally designed them back those, I don't know how many years back, they add quite an overhead. It's quite lame coming from me, but I actually no longer use them by default. I normally build without them, and only when I submit it, I just, this git rebase will basically just apply again the last commit, so the files will be changed, and then I explicitly force the plugins, so it's once compiled with the plugins. So it actually warns me before I submit to get it. I don't know how to make the plugins faster without completely reworking them. Well, it's what it is.
How much do you pay for the compare plugin stuff when you represent all the time? 10% or something?
I'm not sure what it's right now. I know at one time it was at least 15%. At some time I reworked the plugins to try to share the structure path, because back then every single plugin walked the entire AST structure of the compiled program. I reworked to just try to walk it once and have every plugin have a look. I don't remember if it was before or after the 15%. Well, there was a time where the plugins were useful. I think by now I very rarely actually trigger a warning from the plugins. So basically, right now I just check before submitting, because the warnings are still useful, but I don't consider them useful enough to just trigger them, run them every single time. Here is another trick which you may know. The build system we use, because we have so many source files, and we use GNU make, which is slow for this one. If you just run play make, I think if you have rebuilt everything, it's still like 10 seconds, 20 seconds at the very least, so you can limit how much gets rebuilt. If you type, for example, like make sc, it will just not only build only calc, but it will also only consider calc, which will then make will have much less to build about. So, and you can specify for basically any target. For example, the second bottom line, that's how to build just the SCU calc unit test, and it's much faster if you tell make to first change the directory to the calc module, and then just build the specific target. The target is basically the name of the make file, without the .mk. There's a little complication. Our build system tries to be a bit smart and automatically do silent build and parallel build, and I personally don't like it. Also because it doesn't work for going into subdirectory, so I personally use without parallelism and make a small wrapper script which does it explicitly, and then I'm used to using my own wrapper. Also, the last line, if you sometimes you have dependencies between modules, and then normally it feels like you have to use just make and rebuild everything. But if I'm, for example, modifying some library like VCL, and then I'm testing it only in calc, then I need to change only VCL and everything calc needs, but there's no point rebuilding, for example, writer. So for that, I would write make sc dot all build, and it will just rebuild only calc, and everything only calc depends on. So let's get to precompiled headers. yeah, one of my favorite topics, because as you could see on the previous picture, and actually in one of the other blog posts, I even have a. You can watch it. I have a video when I built some calc library without precompiled headers. Then the middle one that's kind of a setting which I did some work, which enabled optimization in Clang to compile actually faster if you have precompiled headers. So the middle one is without these extra improvements. That's about how GCC with precompiled headers would compile, and the last one is I don't know. Anyway, so it's like the slowest one is like 12 minutes, and the times at the end. Anyway, so I think it's like you go from 12 minutes to 8 minutes with the normal PCH to 4 minutes with the faster one. You could also see it like here, like you can spend all the time improving, recompiling your compiler, or you just turn on precompiled headers, and then all the previous stuff basically doesn't matter. Then like it's just the difference between the last two, which is still a couple of percent, but it's a couple of percent from way smaller part. So yeah, it's not enabled by default, but actually here I'm mentioning we already use enable PCH full, which is like the highest level on Windows for Microsoft Visual compilers. So it probably makes sense to default it for new Clang. I already have been using PCH for years, basically without problems. Really, only the practical problem is that if you submit it to Gerrit, which builds without precompiled headers, sometimes this basically works like you make one huge include file which includes everything. So then for people who don't use it, sometimes you forget to actually include the file you use, and then the file breaks. So here the second line from bottom, it's useful again to rebuild and use block PCH, which will temporarily disable PCH use just to check that it builds also without. But yeah, I think I will just bring up on the next ESC call that maybe we could default for it, since it can make a huge difference. And as I showed back then, rebuilding the huge calc library is 3 minutes. I still remember times when I was trying to avoid rebuilding calc like because it was so many minutes, and now I just like change the main header and like, yeah, okay, 3 minutes, who cares? As I know, in case you may have heard, C++20 got some new C++ modules. I have just done some tests, and I haven't looked that much into it, but as far as I know, it's a huge step that's not backward compatible, and it's long. It's a lot of work to change it, so yeah, if we want faster compiles, we are probably stuck with precompiled headers for quite a while. Yes?
Do these things really contradict? That is it not worthwhile? I mean, of course, it is a bunch of effort to switch from an include file and based approach to rewriting these things, or many of them as modules. But do you think it's not worth it, or not worth it right now, or is worth it but it'll take a long time to happen?
Well, as I understand it, and I just have tested it on small projects, so I may be missing something, but as I understand it, you basically need to rewrite the header files into modules format, and it's not compatible either way. So then we would be stuck requiring compiler which can handle modules, and you wouldn't be able to build without it. So we would need to spend time rewriting all of it. I don't know how the transition would be difficult when you would have just one or just two, you would need have copies or whatever. And also additionally, building with the modules requires build system support, because with PCH, you can just run the build and do one pass, but modules, as far as I know, you need actually a second pass before we just will find out the dependencies. So it would also need rewriting gbuild or using a build system if there are already build system which support it. So it should eventually happen, but right now somebody needs to do it. I think it will be quite a lot of work, and I'm not sure if right now it's worth the effort. Somewhere in the future, yes. Right now, if somebody feels like it, yes, but I expect it's going to be quite some time. Yes?
Can we use the preprocessor to have a single header that is both module and not module?
Possibly. But that would just help. It wouldn't fix all the problems. There is still the problem with the build system, which I don't know how much work it would be to change gbuild to have the second pass.
It's less work if you maintain one header. And the problem is our oldest build chain, which is, I don't know, Android, something, whatever. I can build on a lot of PC, something like that. Getting good components there.
Yes.
And all these modules then goes C++ configurated, so that's not allowed to real configurated database.
Yes, it requires C++ module are official feature of C++ 20. Clang also has a different implementation, which, as I understand it, was actually backwards compatible. They had some kind of way of importing header files into their modules. I'm quite disappointed that that was not the final thing that C++ decided for whatever reason. I don't know the internals. I'm personally disappointed with the way it turned out, but it's what it is. I don't know all the details, but this is the way I see it. Yeah, this is just a mention that didn't really turn out to be good, but I tried it. LLVM, besides the Clang, LLVM is the project which provides also the Clang compiler, so they also provide a C++ library. It's possible to switch, and it's faster again to build, but it's kind of problematic, and I'm probably not even. If you want to know the actual details, we can talk about it later. But right now, let's just skip the slide. Also, this is it's titled build time, but building is actually not the only thing we do. We also, for example, use debuggers. So, as I said, you should use enable GDB util, because then you get extra useful stuff like GDB index, which changes GDB from horribly slow to just horribly slow, which is still a huge improvement. Or you can use this, you can disable auto-loading of all libraries and then use the share library command to just selectively load it when it's useful. I sometimes use it because I just want to quickly attach GDB and I don't want to spend all the time waiting for it to parse the libraries. For those of you who use GDB and don't know that you can switch it to text interface, which makes it way faster, I suggest you Google GDB TUI, text user interface. It saves so much time. I have also tried to using the LLDB compiler, which is again another project for LLVM. It's way faster. In some ways, it seems to be better. In some ways, it seems to be worse. But the workflow is slightly different. I still haven't actually switched, even though I have already submitted a bunch of patches to LLDB. Kind of like the whole LLVM project personally repeatedly annoys me by being really pedantic in their reviews, and I repeatedly get demotivated by just all the reviews. Well, anyway, but generally the tools are better. It's just sometimes it's effort to switch. And I think this is the last slide I have. Another trick you may know, this is more about ease of use and disk space. As you may have noticed, Git checkout of LibreOffice is very large, even just the .git directory. So you can do checkout just once somewhere, and then you can use the work tree feature, where you can just kind of check out a work tree into separate directories, and they all share the one .git directory. So you can, for example, cherry pick between different ones. If I, for example, want to update my master, I just go to this main checkout, I run git pull there, and it doesn't ruin my work tree where I actually built. So this is another trick, and yeah, this is all from me. So I don't do still have. We still have a few minutes, so in case somebody has a comment, question, or you want to share some of your tricks.
They're all for kind of developer builds when we're interacting with it and we're building continuously. But when I'm doing the RPM builds for Red Hat, they're throwaway builds. I'm just building it once and I'm throwing it away. So in that case, we have that configure option for disable dependency tracking. You can throw away all of your dependency tracking and not collect it in the first place. And it gives you a faster build. But it's no use as a developer if you want to rebuild a small portion afterwards. It won't rebuild what should be rebuilt. But for a one-time build for distro packagers, you have that extra option.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so there is -- disable dependency tracking, and as I was saying before, make one of the part why it's very slow is because so many files create so many huge number of dependencies, which takes a long time to process. So if you disable this dependency tracking, make will just skip the whole step. The problem, of course, is that you don't have any dependencies, so it's not useful for normal development. But I remember I have occasionally used this even for my own things. I don't remember why, but for one time of builds, it's actually useful.
So one of my key use cases for GDB is I do something that crashes, and wouldn't it be nice to get a stack trace with real symbols in it? And currently, it seems like you can attach with no shared library, and you can manually load each symbol library as you do it to avoid a 5-minute wait, etc. This seems pretty pathetic. Is there any way that GDB could just load the symbols for the shared libraries it knows are on the stack frame? Or is there any way that you can do that more easily?
If GDB could do...
Well, when you crash, you have all of the frame pointers. You know where the shared libraries are that you need symbols from in GDB. And I just wondered if there's any lazy loading that loads symbols when it needs them to show you your stack trace.
I have looked into this a bit, and the short answer is no. The symbol loading in GDB is so old code and so complicated that it's very hard to improve it. I remember the GDB maintainer like a year ago or so blogged about improving. Yeah, that's another case. If you get a newer GDB version, this has been improved a bit, even though I think with GDB index it doesn't matter. But basically, symbol loading in GDB is so horrible. And you always, I think basically what it does is that it loads everything for a shared library. One of the reasons why LLDB is so much faster is because it's newer code, and it also is better at being actually lazy about it. And I think it also has better indexes. I think LLDB without indexes is faster at loading stuff than GDB with indexes. And other thing to backtraces, we have this sal backtrace, whatever function. If you use enable GDB util, it will not trigger during a crash, which I think could be added, but it normally uses the glibc backtrace call, which is next to useless. But in GDB mode, it tries to be smart. I implemented it like 2 or 3 years ago. If you actually now use the call, it will try to print a nice backtrace if you are in GDB util mode.
And you do that with address to line or something outside the process, or you use GDB, or how do you do that?
It uses the what is it called? Other two-line tool, preferably again the LLVM one because it's faster, and basically you get all the stack pointers in the call, and then I added some caching, grouping, whatever, and it resolves it, and that's how it prints the nice backtrace. Okay, some more? Okay, so thank you.
Okay, does this work? Seems so. Yeah, hi everyone. It's us again, and there's some news from the WebAssembly project, or this push to get have another angle of getting LibreOffice running in the browser. So yeah, we got some news there with cloud and some headless operations now working. Welcome to the talk. Who's talking?
Balázs Varga.
Yeah, and Thorsten. Yeah, we're both working for Allotropia. And right, so first of all, big thanks to NLnet, and by extension, for a big thank you to the European Union for actually funding this. So, can you see if you can't see the text, because it's kind of bad contrast, let me know and we fix that, patch that up on the spot. So, yeah, why are we doing this? Very quickly. LibreOffice per se, with this LibreOffice technology and also with all the porting that was happening since many, many years, LibreOffice is just the prototypical thing that you want to run natively, like everywhere. And it's been ported to very many platforms and devices and architecture. So kind of was the natural idea when WASM was kind of gaining popularity in 2014-15 to try that. And we tried it and it didn't quite work, and so we waited it out a little bit and then we tried it again. And I think it's a natural thing to do, like games and other applications running in a browser. That's kind of one of the platforms that matters, and it's kind of becoming more and more of an operating system with the, like, you can access very many things already from a browser that previously you had no access to on your system. So that's why we did it. Yeah, let me know if you indeed can't read the text. Can you? Let's fix that then. Interestingly, it has better contrast here. What is that broken in the slideshow? Who broke that? Must have been me. So we can maybe just do it here then, if that's better. And write some toolbars. And write some more toolbars. That's probably as good as it gets. Yeah, so the thing kind of working title Lova for LibreOffice WebAssembly. It's a native port. It runs client-side, like fully so. Like you don't need a server. You just need to put some binary blob somewhere on a static on a web server that or you can have it also locally, but you need the code somewhere, and then it pulls it and runs it in the browser. As I said, funded by an LNet Horizon 2020 and Allotropia challenges. Quite a few, as it turned out. The maturity of the platform, I think, was the biggest problem, the biggest single issue that we faced, because yeah, it's very much work in progress, very active, which is good, but also very kind of fragile. Something breaks randomly, and you really don't know if, as always with open source, either you fix your bug yourself, or you wait for someone to fix it, or you pay someone to fix it. And the platform itself, like the browser, the mScript, and etc., that's kind of extremely large surface there. And then the usual problems with LibreOffice, very large, very many third-party dependencies, notorious to break everything left and right because of that size. Size of the resulting binary, we kind of knew that from the start, so we tried to work around that by kind of cutting everything off, like arms, legs, whatever you didn't really need to live, but just wanted to write it to run. So that's kind of both the download size, that's a problem, and also like the size in the browser, because you essentially have tops 4 gigabytes, but you probably shouldn't use all of that. So essentially probably you got realistically 1 gigabyte in a browser without blowing things up left and right. So yeah, being small, and of course your binary size counts towards because it gets loaded obviously in the browser, counts towards that 1 gigabyte. Multi-threading, we also knew that's going to be a challenge. So we tried to disable that, and for that, writer was kind of a useful target, because when it was developed, it was cooperative multitasking. So writer per se doesn't really need multi-threading. Writer is happily sending itself timer events to do something in the background. Yeah, and development and debugging was extremely challenging because of the freshness of the platform. So we made some progress there. Hacked size, if you compress it nicely, some 35 megs. We found some way to separate debug info out, which really helps, because it's not GDB, and Chrome is actually decently smart, only to pull on demand what it needs. Size of the file system image, so you know LibreOffice needs a lot of auxiliary files like fonts and config and dialog GUI definitions, and all of that needs to be there when you want to run it, and that's kind of sizable. Clocks about 100 megs with everything, so we also tried to cut that down a bit, and then this embeddability thing, so that you actually, as always, there's very little point just to have that running in the browser. You want to put files in and get files out and possibly control it from or embed it in a larger application to do something useful with it. And it was pretty clear from the get-go that we're not going to get this very dynamic runtime code generation style, bridge to run in a browser. So kind of opted out of that. Current status, most of that is upstream. There's 2 more patches in Garrett that are not merged yet, but it's mostly on master. You can build it. If you want to figure out how to do that, read static/readme, and there's a feature branch with a bit more work going on. Master, that's essentially the status from February this year. Master's hopefully still running as Office, and master status is right now you get writer, and as of today we get Calc and a bit more running there. So timeline, very briefly, started a while ago. Then there was some death march and it was quite unclear whether we would pull it off. And I'm quite glad that essentially last year's LibreOffice conference, like a week, so we got together, we got some hacking done, and about a week later things started to fall into place with ECL demo kind of doing the first movements and then crashing, not crashing right away. Yeah, and then everything else is history. So we had a Foston talk with the writer coming up. So status right now is calc is working, PDF export is working, also headless C. You still see GUI, but you can switch that off. And ongoing is kind of like really have something headless, like without any main loop running, yeah, this kind of embeddability, so kind of get some demo JavaScript framework, at least one working where you can just stick it in as an iframe and running inside your web app. Core ideas, pretty straightforward, like we did all the other ports, like Android, iOS, just use auto tools and plug in the right parameters, set up the right environment, and then just kind of toil away at it for a year, so until it builds and links and in the end runs. And so I think we were in pretty good shape there broadly because we've already been porting that to very many platforms. GUI abstraction, yeah, so we were kind of pondering what to do there, and luckily it turns out that there's a Qt plugin or a Qt backend that uses Qt for main loop and GUI, like GUI toolkit rendering. And also Qt turns out to have a WASM port, so that sounded like a good idea. And it also turned out to be a decently smart idea. So there were some problems, but it wasn't that massive. So that's Qt 5 right now, the target. There is Qt 6. It just got some, I think, 6.3 or something, and that's kind of second tier for the Qt company. So they only now started to get WebAssembly on the code line 6 going, and we haven't tried it yet, but we might. And so for the Linux desktop part, there is a Qt 6 plugin, so we could try that, but we haven't. So yeah, we went for that, and that was not silly. Core ideas, yeah, just use Emscripten and cross-build it. There's a few more compilers, but Emscripten looked like mainstream enough and with enough activity and enough people kind of coming at it that sounded like a useful choice. And yeah, so that does with the three things. So we cross-build, we use Emscripten, we use Qt. We don't use anything experimental. That was something that we learned over the time of the project, that it's not a good idea to use anything experimental on that platform and focus on writer. Major problems, yeah, moving targets. So that the Emscripten platform was, so it turned out if we would have started the project 9 months later, we would have had much fewer problems. On the other hand, since we kind of learned so much and so we got the groundwork going, so maybe it was very close to the perfect time. I don't know, but it was kind of painful. So it even was that if you install the exact same Emscripten version on your developer machine, depending on the time of the day and the phase of the moon, you would get different setups because it would randomly pull some Node.js, and that was not kind of properly pinned and yeah, kind of irritating. So initially we went with the Docker setup so we could at least make sure that every developer would get exactly the same build environment. So rolling out this, oh, it crashes. No, it doesn't crash for me. How is that possible? And then 2 days later you figure out that your setup was different. Gbuild, yeah, we needed static linking because in the end what you get is, so there is in theory dynamic linking for WebAssembly, but it's very experimental. So there was a no-no, so we needed static linking. And since we were kind of very, we were very active in cutting things off, and there's Android has a static linking as well, and also iOS, but it's kind of yeah, it's kind of manual. So you just list like I know I need those libraries here, and that was we thought that should come from the build system. So and then we JMUX embarked on a massive project to add proper static linking to Gbuild, which also took quite a while. And it's a massive change now to Gbuild. But we can do that now. And the silver lining is we can also do it, for example, for Linux. So now you can get some LibreOffice, and it's just one library that you can link into your whatever you need it for. Right, let me speed this up because we want to show you a demo. Major problems, there were plenty. So the most, just to tell you that story because it's so irritating, that I will never forget that. So when we started and we were kind of finally able to statically link all of that into one into one blob, it turned out that the linking stage took north of an hour and something like 80-ish gigabytes of memory just to link, which was one of those cases like nobody had the problem before. It was some pessimization in the Python code from mscripten. Nobody had the problem because everybody was smaller, and so there was some O(n) square or O(n) cube loop there, which was just blowing up for us, and nobody had it before. So yeah, so we fixed the problem by renting some EC2 massive builder and building there, but it really slowed us down because imagine you can't debug, so your only way to debug is to put in some the equivalent of a printf. So it's not a printf, but it ends up in the browser console. So your turnaround is 1 or 2 hours. So you put a printf there, and then you figure something out, and then you put another printf somewhere else, and then you need to, of course, build and link again. So 2 hours later, you are. So, and that's like, you can't really develop like that in any way, in any efficient way. So actually, we kind of put the browser aside and then did the debugging and stripping down on Linux because we had the static linking there, and it works decently in comparison. Yeah. And meanwhile, that got fixed. So that was this kind of the platform evolving in a good way. Yeah, the static thing. So let's go over for some real moving pixels here, I'd say. Let me get to, how you do that, so that's the feature branch. So first you need to source the mscripten environment. People who were back in the day working with OpenOffice might remember that, like sourcing some environment in your shell. And then you run that thing, so you have a little local server that serves the stuff and opens that in a browser. In this case, you really want to use Chrome, like not Chromium, Chrome, unfortunately. The hope is that it's getting better over time, like with Firefox catching up. But for now, trust me, you want to use Chrome.
Oh, thank you, Torsten. So let's see some demo about this. I'm working on it running in WebAssembly a little bit more than 1 month, and also on the headless conversion. Where is the mouse? Oh, now it's okay. So as you can see, it's an example document with some very simple example. For example, autofilter. You can see there are the elements as well. And you can also click on here, and the auto filter also works, and the charts as well updated. Thanks to that, there are also shapes in there and an image in the example document. And what is much more important, that if I press it's not working. I just want the debug mode, but oh no. I just tried with F12. Yeah, that's better. So now you can see there is a debug mode here. Just let's wait. The Chrome loaded the core folder, and you can put here breakpoints, and let's see what's happening. I just put breakpoint the launch auto filter menu. So let's hope it will just stop there. Oh, yeah, that's really great. So there is a breakpoint, and you can see here if it's loaded. It's a little bit slow, of course, but it's working. You can see the local variables if it's stop, it's working, and there is a call stack as well, and you can move on that back and forward, and there are also the local variables as well, and as I mentioned, the core stack, and you can move forward with this button, and that's now it works. And also let's see again, you can jump just one if you push the button, but in that case maybe it will crash. I hope not.
Yeah, as you see, so it's like 80% okay. So it's kind of still some rough edges on this let's say developer experience part, but let's put it, so let's be honest, that's like leaps and bounds better than having to printf debug something as complex as LibreOffice, and it's like, yeah. So that's a thing that's I'm quite comfortable waiting out. So if it's unbearable, wait 3 weeks, and Chrome will ship an update, and so that's pretty nice in a sense that there's a lot of activity and also a lot of like Chrome gets better, and then Firefox gets challenged to get better as well, and so. Yeah.
Can we start again?
Sure, just reload.
Sorry for that. The problem is here when we try to load, the file is very big, and the memory cannot handle such a big file. And because of that, the Chrome is crash. That's why it's not always working. Just yeah, of course. And also I can show the PDF export as well. This. Yeah, you can click here on the PDF export directly. And it's also, there are breakpoints, but I just skip them. And there is a downloaded PDF file. We'll just export it here, and you can open in the next tab. And there is the exported file. And you can do that as well from the console with the lodoc LibreOffice kit command. Just press that one, and there is the uno command for the export directly to PDF. And oh, that's also a breakpoint there. Just skip that.
It might be a bit hard to see, but we can maybe put it on the slides. So it's essentially interacting on the JavaScript side. So that's something that you could do from your website. or from your JavaScript code in your website to kind of control LibreOffice by sending it commands.
Yeah, but it looks like it also works from the command line with the no command as well, and you can open it in the next tab. It is downloaded to the local file system because in the WebAssembly we use a memory file system, which is very different than the others, but maybe we will talk about it a bit later. So back to Torsten.
Okay, then let's go back to the slides. Let's skip over that. So essentially, what really like the step change in productivity was actually getting Chrome debugging to work, and you can also do that on Linux, as you see. Since Chrome there is a flat pack, it's a bit more involved, but anyway, it works. This is how you do it. Details are on the slide. So there's 3 steps you need to do to get that going. Remaining problems. Plenty. So the largest thing is that in a browser you can't have nested main loops because you can't just like busy loop in a browser, because the browser obviously wants the page needs to stay responsive. So whenever you do this classic LibreOffice thing, like open a dialog that opens another dialog, so you have this kind of main loop calling into the main loop recursively. Yeah, you're screwed. So what we need to do, and there's been Collabora and other people have been putting lots of work into that already to get more dialogues into async mode and no more reschedule calls, and that's what we need pretty much for every dialog that we want to run in WebAssembly. And there's some sample commit how to do that. So if you're interested in that, it's not an easy hack, but it's like an, let's say, interesting difficulty, easy hack, and help appreciated clearly. Yeah, I think Balázs, that's mostly like what you've been fighting with, this memory file system.
Yes, it's a really tricky one because, as I mentioned earlier, that we use a memory file system in the WebAssembly, which is a virtual file system. This is the default file system, which is mounted when the runtime is initialized, and all files exist strictly in the memory, and any data returned to them is lost when the page is reloaded. And because of that, at the moment we have to read and write the file with, between the different file systems. So just like at the PDF export, we have to download the file to the local file system. But maybe in the future we change the memory file system to a node file system which can access us to reach the local file system, and in that case we can load a file right from the local file system folders. So that will be a future plan, but very tricky. Wow.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like so you can so you load it again, and then you get, like, for example, user settings. So there's a way to have some local storage in browser, and of course there's the local file system where you would want to load documents from. So that's kind of work to do. Qt, as I said, perhaps update to Qt 6. Right now we use a patched 5.15.2 that we kind of forked, and that's on the GitHub repo there. Because, as I said, it was good, but not perfect. So we actually, the JMoocs in that case fixed a number of problems there. So that's kind of pinned to that branch right now. Alternatives, using something else, possibly like in the end state use something like natively. So where we would, in particular, if we don't need GUI, like if we don't need native LibreOffice GUI, but we just have the document and then some JavaScript GUI around that,
then it would probably make sense to kind of have some minimal VCL plug that renders directly to WebGL or whatever. But that's kind of future thing. Yeah, many more things to do. We're kind of running out of time. Maybe it's importing to WARC, so that's like a not a browser, but it's like a server runtime headless, like Node.js, but for running WebAssembly, which is interesting for something like PDF conversion, really, because it's very much more portable than having. I mean, Linux binaries are nice. I mean, everything is running Linux on a server, but maybe you can't install software, or there's kind of restricted environments. So this WASI is clearly interesting for doing headless stuff. Dynamic loading could be interesting because it's a way to cut down even more like the initial number of bits you need to download. And yeah, gbuild was quite super painful, like really annoying amount of work that we had to put in there. So Meson is a bit of this shiny future thing. I don't know if that's going to really help, but at least the dependence, you get a lot of stuff for free from Meson because other people already put in the work. Okay. That's broadly it. We're out of time. Project plan, finish and merge the kite stuff, and then switch to JavaScript, like some demo Vue.js or something else, like where you can like embed that and have some demo application, and that targeted for until the end of the year. Yeah, out of time. Slides will be online. So any questions? Then there will be answers.
How big is Qt as a
So the question is how large Qt is in proportion of this 100 megabyte blob there. I didn't do that recently. Armin might remember it, but I think it's something like less than a quarter, but it's still sizable.
When I remember right, it was something like 18 to 20%.
Yeah. So you can save quite a bit. I mean, it's not a sea change. Like it's not that you. So that the challenge really with the size is that you're not getting cached in your browser. That really kills all the fun because then you download it again and again and again when you reload the page. So getting below that magic size where your browser starts caching the bit, and everything lower than that really doesn't matter anymore because so once you can tweak your browser settings, and once you're cached, it's like instantaneous. It's like 2 seconds to. It's almost faster than native to start LibreOffice because it's kind of, I don't know why, it's static and kind of just in time compiled, whatever magic happens there. But so there's a very, and then it's a very large incentive to do whatever is necessary to get below that size. But once you're below that, then you can just put your feet up. And so getting the Qt dependency out to me has more like just more control over your fate. So you're not depending on Qt anymore in terms of like their timeline, their amount, their quality of WASM support, etc., etc. Okay. Maybe one small question. Otherwise, we're all here. Just hit us up in the hallway or mail us. Slides will be online. Talk is recorded. If there's no further questions, then thanks so much and keep enjoying the conference. Who's talking?
Balázs Varga.
Yeah, and Thorsten. Yeah, we're both working for Allotropia. And right, so first of all, big thanks to NLnet, and by extension, for a big thank you to the European Union for actually funding this. So, can you see if you can't see the text, because it's kind of bad contrast, let me know and we fix that, patch that up on the spot. So, yeah, why are we doing this? Very quickly. LibreOffice per se, with this LibreOffice technology, remaining problems, plenty. So the largest thing is that in a browser you can't have nested main loops, because you can't just like
No. I was challenging you if you were, following. Yes, exactly. But you are also great. Thank you. Without sunglasses, I'm. And what if I do this? And what if I do this? Yeah. Should be the right one, isn't it?
Look at those white lines. They are fixed in master armor chips.
Oh, really? Oh, great.
That's why you should always use master.
You mean master slide?
I mean master trunk of development version.
Okay.
7.5.
Yeah, okay. Possibly night builds.
Of course, you should use them in your production.
If you're so brave and you feel, the button, I'm feeling lucky. you like it? Much better?
Okay. We're live on YouTube.
Wow. 1, 2, 3, test. Are you ready? Please have your seat. Or stay stand if you prefer.
Life jackets are for the seats.
What about the seats?
Life jackets.
Life jackets under the seat. And that direction, the emergency exit. Welcome to my speech. I'm Gabriele Ponzo. Here on this talk on behalf of the Document Foundation, and more precisely as a part of the membership committee. The membership committee is the people who decide who is entitled to be part of the foundation itself and to stay, so the renewal process of the membership. This is a personal extract of our statutes. Very, very short because it's a boring part, I guess, too. But so, sorry. We have, according to Article 6, we have 3 bodies in our foundation. They are the board of directors, and the acronym is BOD. Then we have the board of trustees, which is, in fact, all the members. So all of you, if you are part of the foundation, you're part of the board of trustees. And then there is the membership committee itself, represented with colors, as you can see. So the red one is the board of directors, which is 7 full members, and then deputies. And the membership committee has 5 full members and substitutes. It's not deputies, it's slightly different. And then numerous people as the board of trustees. As you can see, yes, MC is one of the bodies of the TDF, of the foundation. We are all volunteers, and this is really quite important. We, meaning the membership committee, but as well as the board of directors. We could also be paid, let's say somehow, in some extent, according to the statutes, but we never used to do that. To be part of one of these bodies, I'm talking the board of directors or the membership committee, you must be part of the board of trustees. So you have to be a member of the foundation itself. Then you may apply, let's say, nominate yourself and run for the elections. We have elections every year because the terms last 2 years, and they are alternate. So 1 year we have the board of directors elections, the next one, membership committee, and so on and so far. And it's a precise duty of one body to oversee, to guide, let's say, the elections of the other body. So count the voting and then give the official communication about nominations and candidates and results which can be challenged and the final results. There is a limitation in our statutes about the affiliation for each body. This means that, for example, this was meant to avoid to be overcome or overtaken by a specific company like it was in the past, because you know that according to history of the project, at times of LibreOffice we had, the grandmother, which was Sun Microsystems. It was an open source project, but and then there were several volunteers, but at the end the company was deciding most of the things. So to avoid this repeating, there were meant to be in the statutes this kind of limitation, which is 1/3 of the members. As affiliation is meant, let's say that, for example, the company you work for. So in this case, we have the most contributor to the code, which are, Collabora and Allotropia at this moment, but maybe someone else as well as Red Hat and so on and so forth. And so you have to declare it when you nominate yourself in order to avoid, violating this limitation, this limit in the status. Then there is a specification about the minutes. The minutes, are the notes of the meetings they have regularly, especially the board of directors, but even the membership committee uses to have regular meetings. And let's say that we try to share each other our minutes to know what's going on in the other body. And sometimes we also have joint meetings, or some of us, as meaning the membership committee, try to attend the public part of the meetings of the board of directors. There is no limitation, geographic limitation, to be part of the foundation, as well as one of these bodies. So you can live and belong to any country, and you are free to apply. The membership lasts 1 year, and otherwise it has to be renewed. But differently from other kinds of association, for example, where you have to pay a fee to be a member, in the case of the foundation, you don't. There is no fee. What you have to do is contribute regularly. Regularly doesn't mean a lot. It means just that you can't do, for example, once in a while. We call it sprints, just because it happened in the past, especially with the friends from the Albanian community. They used to work that way for several communities, not just the LibreOffice project. Maybe, for example, Fedora and so on and so forth. They met, I think they still meet, I don't know, but they met in this hackerspace, and they decided to translate, for example, the whole wiki pages of, I don't know, TDF maybe, or Fedora, whatever. It was a huge work, really appreciated, really a good job, but just once. Then they disappeared, let's say, for maybe 6 months or 1 year or whatever. Well, in these cases, we unfortunately have to say thanks a lot, but that's not the spirit. The spirit is doers count. Doers means the people who does something in the project. So what we have to do when someone applies for the membership or for the renewal of membership is going to check his or her activity, her contributions in the last 3 months, and the willing to continue contributing to the project, obviously. And something I can't remember if I have a specific slide, but I want to say it now because I could forget. Sometimes we are asked, why are you asking me if I want to renew my membership if I, for example, am part of the board of directors, or I'm well-known contributor and you know that I'm contributing? Because we need formal formal request. We need to be requested for membership or for renewal. We need an email, black and white, with yes, I want to be, or I still want to be member of the Food Document Foundation. That's why we have to ask, even if we perfectly know who you are and where you live, as Italo would say. Jokes apart, we know, except for the corner cases we see later, most of the times we know who is asking and what he's doing or he or she is doing, and so we maybe shouldn't need, but we need some formality. So we need to have this kind of information written, as well as the request to be an or stay member. There is in the status of the point 11.3, which states that in case of, in particular cases, the Board of Trustees, so the members, can ask for new elections if they are not happy about the behavior or the decision taken by the board of directors, they could ask for new elections, but they have to be at least 30% of the members and at least 10 members. And in this case, they should file to us, the membership committee, requesting for new elections of the board, just for the very same mechanism I told you before. Each body, supervises the elections of the other body. This is a recap. So yes, the point 12.1 states also that in case of particularly heavy situation and then kind of tribunal things like that, in that cases the membership committee has to act against the board, meaning that we should and that's why we share the minutes of the meetings, because we have to know what the board is doing, because we are kind of responsible for them as well. Meaning that the principle was to have two bodies to balance each other, so that if one body becomes crazy and does something against the statute, for example, or anyway something weird, the other one has the right to move against the other. Hopefully, no, thanks God, it never happened before, and hopefully it will never happen. But the statutes states that. So, legally talking, it could be an option. And yeah, I mean, I already told that. Yes, no, it's important that a re-election is permitted. This is true for the membership committee as well as for the board. There is no limitation in the number of terms, for example, as far as I know at the moment. I saw you. Yes, please.
Yeah, so this wasn't a boring part at all.
Yeah, but let's say that. Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yeah, to the street.
Yeah.
Let's do it properly.
Let's work. Hold on. Yeah.
I've noticed that the membership committee has both functions which are functions of control or review or checking up on what the board does, and maybe even other officers, but also functions which are administrative or executive, like the decision of who gets to be a member. And from other organizations, I know there's usually a separation of the control functions from the administrative functions, and here we have a body that has some of both. So can you elaborate a little about the rationale of combining these two functions in a single body?
First of all, thank you for the question. Well, let's say that our administrative part is just limited to the acceptance or rejecting the new members or the continuity, the membership. Let's say that it is itself a part of separation, meaning that given that the members can elect the board, and yes, as well as the membership committee. From my point of view, it's important that Mike, could you go to Lothar? Lothar. It's important that we keep separated who admits in the members in the foundation from who governs the foundation itself, which is the board of directors, so that there can't be kind of how to say I can't find the right word, but anyway, you keep it separate. Who acts from who is electing is somehow appointed to elect who is governing. I don't know if I centered your point. Maybe not.
May I add?
Lothar, please come.
Something. It was
one reason beside what you explained, it's part of the German law for foundations. It was very hard or very hard process to found a foundation with members. It's not usually, or it's not usual in Germany to have a foundation where it isn't a membership of it. So in this process, there were discussions with the authorities, and this kind of organization in the bodies, they accepted with it. So another reason from the history and so on was to fulfill authority rules for foundation.
Thanks a lot, Lothar, to having given these more details. Indeed, something that affects the German laws, and so. And you are more, surely more entitled to than me to talk about that, since you're German and you probably know that. By the way, I've written that it is kind of boring just because, statutes sometimes they are. And also because when I started doing the slides, at the beginning I was reporting more of the statutes, but then I decided to cut and adding the caption. This is my extraction of the statutes, because otherwise, from a legal point of view, probably it's not that fine and not that correct. So, as I said, the role of the membership committee is to welcome the arriving members or renew members if they ask to stay within the foundation itself. And to do that, we have to check if the conditions are satisfied. The conditions are the ones I told you before: the commitment, the contributions. And we'll see later which are possible contributions. And then we just approve or reject them. If we reject, obviously we usually give the reason for the rejection, and usually we invite those members to do more, because usually the reason is that because maybe they are not contributing enough or enough regularly. As I told you before, it's not a matter of how much, it's a matter of how often do they contribute. And in this case, I invite them to do something more or more regularly and then reapply, because there is no limitation in that. The time slots are quarters. So every quarters we have such, let's say, voting, because it is a voting among the membership committee, and we decide who is in, who is out. But you may always apply for the next quarter. And sometimes happened as well that someone forgot to reply to our reminders, for example. This is something that sadly happens quite often or quite regularly. And in this case, nobody dies. It's just about, if you remember about that too late, you can just reapply for the next quarter and you'll be in again. Let's say that it's particularly delicate, the situation when we are close to the elections, because in that case you may be not able to vote because you lost your membership. So handling the board of directors elections is, as I said, one of our roles, and for someone who may be interested, there is the MIG STV algorithm, which we are happy to use for each election to see who is, the most voted and so on and so forth. And as I said before, we should handle possible members' complaints. Then this is all the written roles of the membership committee, written meaning really in the statutes, as I mentioned. In this case, I'm going to talk about something not written, but it's something that we are trying to achieve and we introduced in the past that we try to carry on, which is not just, this administrative task of voting who is in, who is out, but caring about the membership. To some extent, finding and inviting people who deserve to be a member, because there is plenty of people contributing. Maybe they don't know about the foundation, maybe they don't care, maybe they are too shy. In some cultures, they think they never deserve to have such status of membership, which is a pity, because it's just a cultural barrier, let's call it that way. So what we try to do is invite them and talk to them if possible, and explaining them that they deserve, because we see them from the contribution, the statistics. So now and then we have, and we also encourage members or community members to report to us if they know someone who deserves to be a member and it is who is still not. Then we have to keep official documents and database. Official documents are the chairperson of the membership committee, which I have been also for 3 years, has to physically sign papers to send to Berlin authorities, the one who Lothar was mentioning before. And this is something, let's say, not written but implied, because it's part of the administrative tasks. And then another thing we try to do is to try and being as inclusive as we can, just because we want to strive more diversity in our community and in our foundation itself, in terms of whatever, cultures, geographic, gender, and whatever kind of diversity. Then, as I told you, we used to be 5 full members plus 2 deputy substitutes. Then I was asking in 2016 to have 4 substitutes. And the reason is that there is a habit to serve in the membership committee, and then I used to say dive into the board, which is something I didn't like a lot, because from my point of view, in the past at least, I thought, when you take, the duty to be in that body, you should do the whole term, and then you may apply for the other body. But with the experience and the white hair, I understood that somehow being part of the membership committee is a kind of trampoline, indeed, but meaning in a good sense, and meaning that it is a way to go deeper in the governance of the foundation itself and make experience and understand so many things. So it's almost natural that people do this kind of things. So they apply for the membership, and it happened both that they dived without finishing their mandate, their term, and also sometimes it happened that they finished their term and then wait for the next year to be elected in the board. By the way, I've become more, elastic in that, just because indeed it's almost natural. And by the way, the fact was that in 2016 we were lacking substitutes, just because kind of 2 full members dived into the board. And that we had just 2 substitutes and no more. So it was a delicate situation, and that's why I was asking that. These are some references. I'm going too long. The wiki page with its history, which shows you who have been and who are members of the membership committees and some of our decisions and acting, let's say. Then we have the meetings, as I told you, every quarter. And usually we used to have in person twice per year at this conference, the LibreOffice conference, at FOSDEM in Brussels. And then there is another page which shows the workflow I am trying to explain, So what to do when you are part of the membership committee. And then let's quickly see which are the commitment areas. just because I was saying that you deserve to be a member if you do something, but what? You could obviously code, being a developer, and they are always welcome. But what I used to say is that you can have the best software of the world, but if nobody knows, it's useless. So, for example, it's equally important all the rest of the people, just like marketing, which is who speaks at conferences, giving lectures and whatever and so far. Documentation, who cares for documentation, led by Olivier, hello. Translating, quality assurance, infrastructure, design, and again, development. So these are the main activity you could do for the foundation. But these are just a summary, meaning that the marketing could be, for example, also carrying of Twitter account, let's say, as well as, you know, we have mailing lists, we have Discourse, we have Redmine, Telegram, RSC, several platforms which can be used or maintained. Maintained. So there are several tasks that can be accomplished to be a member, and you see, I just listed some of them. Then this is the MCM database. This is our historical tool we are trying to replace right now. It was a script made by, sorry, yes, I'm coming. It was a script made by a volunteer, which works somehow with GitHub, isn't it? Correct? Okay. Git, sorry, just Git. Git and then Gerrit, yes. Git for the database kind of the members, and then it pushes on Gerrit, because every member or candidate member is handled just like it was if it was a patch. You know that this is clearly a developer kind of point of view, and I have to say roots, and it's okay. It's been okay for those 12 years, because at the end we have to vote on every member to accept him or her or not, rejecting, and so the task was, it was fine to have them as a patch to be voted. Let's say that it is not the best solution as a point, from a point of view of friendliness of using, you know, not user-friendly. And there were also other issues related to regulations and so on and so far. And Eyal had a question, Mike, and then Uwe. In the meanwhile, I can tell you that we are moving to this new tool called Proteus. It is something that we were requesting, and the foundation had tendered, and Marco Marinello was developing together with his colleague. And I think that Uwe is going to show and to talk about this tooling together with Marco. Please.
Can you go back 2 slides? So the last 4 bullet points, I don't quite see how, don't quite understand how the membership committee as a body is involved with QA, design, development, and infrastructure. It sounds like everything the project does, or most of what the project does.
No, it's my fault. I probably was not clear. It is not that we have to do with such platforms or toolings. It's something you, let's say, members or candidate members can do. So if you, for example, care for quality, you are a bug reporter, as you are, okay, as I know you are, then you, let's say that, attain to the QA area and you deserve to be a member if you do that.
So these are activities that are qualifying for membership.
Exactly. Yes, that's late. It's also true that I started 5 minutes later, but no. I'm going to close. Okay. And so the new tooling will be explained by Uwe and Marco, so I'm not going to go into it since it's also late. Then we have those corner cases, which are people who's not contributing in the last 6 months, as the statute requires, or as I told you, let's say they contribute once in a while, so sprints and whatever, but I've already told that. And Or yes, maybe also there is people who in the past used to contribute a lot, and they are well known as a good person, contributor, a huge contributor, but then for some reason he or she doesn't anymore, maybe for personal reasons, who knows. And that's a pity, but we have to stay to the stated, so we have to dig in, possibly call him or her and ask for clarifications and whatever. And then there is people not willing to waste time to give us info, and this is a pity also because, as I told you, we need black and white those infos reported. At least the willing to be or stay member. This is the very basic, but possibly also a list of contribution, so that is our work to check, and also for the records. You know that you told us that you're doing that, and then anyway we have to check. And last, the no reaction to our reminders, mails, because we send usually, you automatically send reminders, but sometimes it happens that they do not reply. Maybe they changed their address, maybe they don't know, maybe the spam, I don't know, but it happens. And those are the corner cases in which we are required to work more. Because for the well-known people, it's just okay, go on, we know him, you know her, and so on. And that was the last. Thank you for attending. Sorry for being long. And if there are more questions, I would invite you to join me outside to leave a space to Candy. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much for being in this talk, and I will try to summarize a bit of what we have been doing at Collabora in the recent year. It is not my work; it is work of many. So please appreciate their work. Like I had very little to do in this. So I've just, in preparation for this talk, I've had a look like how many commits were there, but it is that Collabora doesn't contribute only code. Like we have also people working on the QA, working on that also like in the LibreOffice community, and also on some other more high level things like serving in the MC, serving in the board, and these things. But like in this talk, I would like to focus on mostly the code contributions and these things. So if we have a look, like how many commits we have done since the last year, it is 2,570. And it is done. It was done by like these 24 people. This is their work that I'm going to be talking about. In addition to the working on the code itself, we have been supporting people mostly on the IRC channel, but like also on the developer mailing list. So sometimes asking, so interacting with others, but also answering various code-related questions if there was a need for that. We were also joining the ESC calls and hopefully like contributing positively there as well. If we look at the patch reviews and the like
kind of our involvement in the LibreOffice community. So like when I was counting like how many patches were reviewed, then like I had to subtract the some kind of like either self-reviews or colleague reviewing somebody else's code. So in master it was like 672 commits in which like collaborants were reviewing other people's code. So hopefully it's not too bad. Then like one of the things that we were doing, and it is like not like directly connected to some features that were like paid by other companies. So it was mostly like done by the Collabora for the community. Was lots of cleanup and code improvements. Outstanding in these efforts is Noel Grandin, who has done a tremendous amount of work. Like I was trying to go through all the comments, but it was not possible. So I was just scanning that. Like there was lots of changes of the mutex that we had, like our own stuff in OSL, changing that to the standard mutex. Then like own types for sequences and these things were changed to std-dequeues, std vectors. Then using the string view, which helps you to not to have to allocate memory, like in case like you want to do something with a string, making it like more efficient. Well, it is kind of like micro optimization from one point of view. On the other hand, like it helps the code base being more modern. Then using unique pointer instead of explicit allocations, instead of like having to check for null just everywhere. And on the other hand, like in some cases, it was like more useful to actually use the std optional instead of unique pointer. So things like that. Then like that was like one group of things that he has done. Then using more concrete types in chart2. So chart2 was written with like a very alike approach and trying to trying to use like for everything, lots of abstraction there, references to IDL and whatnot. So one of the things Noel is doing is using the concrete types here. So lots of his commit were like using SBX shape instead of like CSS reference X shape, whatever there. And there were also some internal, interfaces that were not needed, that were used only inside the chart2 and defined there. So again, like remove these IDLs for that and instead using the code like right away. He has done lots of Clang tidy things, also created plugins and well, I am not sure like if he has created some new plugin this year, but definitely he was applying the existing plugins and doing code cleanups based on that. So removal of unused methods, removal of unused fields. There were some unnecessary virtual methods, removing unused code in general and stuff like that. Then some other group of things he has done as the code improvements were various optimizations on various levels. Either it was like increasing the cache size of things or like rewriting pieces to use metadata structures that were like more fit for the purpose in that given part of the code. Lots of bug fixes, ASAN, UBSAN, so like memory sanitization things. And many more, like lots of commits in there. Great stuff from Noel. Thanks to him. Then other people were doing various code cleanups as well. So, for example, Mike has been using has like introduced a new method in OU string that helps to avoid allocation. And like when you are like iterating, you do not have to always like convert to string to do something. He has modernized use of a Windows API, dropped some XP support on places, did some simplified some code that was doing various conversions, killed copy and paste on many places, unified code, converted lots of macros to lambdas or to templates, things like this. Then Miklos has like, apart from lots of feature work he has done, he has been prefixing members of various types for better readability, was removing unused includes, unused code, things like that. And what I think is very important in these things, he has been documenting things like the code that was like underdocumented, and on the other hand like complicated. So that is extremely appreciated, at least from me. So and many others too. Like when they were doing something, usually like there was a bit of cleanup associated with that as well. And I see I am going pretty quickly, but yeah, at least we will be on time next. So then, apart from this, there were new features that were added by Collabora. I think like there were some that you have seen presentations about already, but let me just remind them here. So one of the things were like huge spreadsheets. So previously, LibreOffice was limited to much less columns than what was there in Microsoft Office, and it was extremely problematic because like you were getting this error dialog when you were trying to load a sheet that was over the limit. It was not trivial to remove that, so it was like part of the Noel's work, but also of others. That like it was necessary not only to increase the limit itself, so like that would be easy just to change the number there, but like there were lots of associated data structures that were just not prepared for that, and like if you only change the constant to something larger, like many things either didn't work, or if they worked, like they were slow and not performing or causing problems. So this is now done. This is now in, which is awesome. Then there was another feature that was created and that is now part of the LibreOffice, was grammar checking on a server. So this is implemented using language tool. And like language tool previously already was integrated into LibreOffice, but as an extension. The difference is that like you can have the language tool like locally on your machine directly, because like it's an open source project. Unfortunately, like it doesn't use some advanced checking. And the reason for that is that they are using some AI engine, and for that, like they need lots of computing power on the GPU, and so they are not providing that as part of this extension. It is only like running on their premises, this thing. So it is much more useful to actually use this online service for the checking itself. It brings like very useful stuff that like you can see even the like various colors of the underlines according to the if it is like spell checking problem, or if it is like grammar checking problem, or if it is just a recommendation. Of course, it is possible to use their free version. But like it is possible also to upgrade to their like full version, and then like put the key into the dialog in LibreOffice. Also, like associated with that is some kind of like privacy concern. So it is off by default, but the user can explicitly go to the tools options and like see there see there like their privacy policy. So there's a link to the privacy policy, and if the user agrees to that, then they can explicitly enable that and see that functional in LibreOffice. Then there were the spark lines. Well, Tomáš has already had the presentation about the spark lines, so I suppose like you know a lot about the spark lines these days. But let me just summarize it for those like who haven't seen that talk. The spark lines are like small graphs that are like inside the cell in a spreadsheet. So this was work that was funded by the European Union. Tomáš has implemented that beautiful feature, again, very important for interoperability. So it makes it advances LibreOffice again further to like being very well interoperable. Another thing was WebP support. So now all of the documents are able to have like not only like copying and pasting the WebP into LibreOffice, but like you can save it, you can load it, have it there, which is good. Then another thing that there was already a presentation about is content controls. Again, a very important interoperability feature in Writer that helps to creating forms that the users can then fill in. There are many types of the content controls that you can have in Writer. So like you can have rich text, which is like more than just an input field there. Like you can do some styling in there. You can have checkboxes, drop downs, pictures, and date. Again, it was work that was funded by the European Union. Then it is possible to create PDF forms a better way. So like you can have it now as this, like including the dates and all these things that are possible using the form controls as well. Sorry.
Does that also include opening the PDF forms and editing them, or just the export?
No. It's only the export. Like with the opening and editing, like it's more and harder and more complex situation, because like at the moment we have, or maybe should I finish first and then tell it after? Like it's a very interesting problem. I'm very happy to talk about that. But like let me finish that. Like it is 2-3 more slides and I will go into this. So that's it. And another thing that is again like trying to proceed with a feature that is very important in the Microsoft Office world is theming in Impress. So if you have been using the like modern PowerPoint, you could see that they have very advanced possibility of the theming of the slides. So now, like it is very easy there to just like put the text somehow and pictures somehow like into the slide, not caring at all about the layout. And then, like on the right-hand side, like you will see some previews of the slide that is somehow they say like they use some AI for like generating that. I don't know if that's true or not. But like one of the things that this is using heavily is the theming, and if we want to bring a feature like this into LibreOffice at some stage, like the theming is one of the building blocks that is very important for that. So I'm very happy that we have at least some support for the theming these days, and hope that it will like get us again further in the LibreOffice possibilities in Impress. Then we have implemented the data tables, which are like small tables under the charts that make the presentation of the data much more convenient. From the user point of view, like it is just one click in the dialog, but like from the usability point of view, makes the charts just much more readable and better. And last thing that I have here in the slides is DeepL translation. So it was work that was funded or co-funded by Edfinis, and it is now that similarly to the language tool, you have a dialog in tools options where you can specify like what DeepL instance to use, and you can see the privacy policy. And then, like, if you enable that, you can select the paragraph and then just hit translate and like choose the language, and it will translate it. And it will translate not only the text, it also like preserves some of the styling of that. So like the bold, italic, and these things or underlines. It is unfortunately limited. Because how is it done is that like we convert the paragraph to HTML, send it to DeepL to translate the HTML. They are like reasonably able to like preserve like where it is like starting and ending in the translated thing, and then put it back. Convert it again from HTML into something that we paste instead of the original paragraph, and have that translated. So I think very useful thing to have as well. And in addition to that, we have exposed lots of these things also to LibreOffice Kit, so that like we can use it in the Collabora Online. But like let me list that what is now possible to use from the Collabora, from the LibreOffice Kit point of view. So it is that like anybody who would be interacting with LibreOffice using LibreOffice Kit can use that. So now it is possible to add custom fonts or be notified about missing fonts, so that like it is possible to create some user interface to upload new fonts. Controlling this content controls, things like form fill button, drop down, picture date, callback for print ranges. So like it is possible to see in the spreadsheet what are the boundaries for the printing, and also like math formula related improvements, so that it is ultimately possible to have math formula edited via the LibreOffice Kit as well. So that's it from me. So before any other questions, I will quickly answer this PDF import. So actually in LibreOffice there are currently two ways of PDF import. So one is the original one using libpoppler, that is like very old from the licensing reasons. It has to be a separate binary, and it then like streams some commands into LibreOffice, and from that like it builds the document. And like this way, like you cannot have a like extremely good fidelity, but on the other hand, like you get all the content from the PDF. Then there is another possibility, and that is using the PDF film. It is using PDF film, which is the library that is being used in Chromium for PDF like showing, and it has perfect fidelity. The downside of that is that on the page it is a picture. So there are plans Tomáš has improved that so that it is possible to insert comments and treat them the normal way. But there are like in general plans to be able to extend that to forms and these things. But like Tomáš will be able to tell you much more. Anything else? Yes, go ahead.
You mentioned theming in Impress presentations, and I would assume that that before work on that, there would be work on supporting styles, like more kinds of styles in Impress, so paragraph and character styles, and maybe also styles for graphical objects which aren't pages. Anyway, enhancing the style support and then doing the theming on top of that. So if it's not done on top of that, what is the approach?
So if I remember correctly, like these things are a bit orthogonal. So the styles can use the themes. So it is not that the theme would be using some different style. So it is that like inside the style, like you can also do the themes or something like that. But like again, Tomáš would know much more and much better. But like, he seems to agree with me, at least like from what I see with his body language. So yeah, life. Come. So the question was if it is possible to extend it for other languages and that it is limited. I'm not sure. I think like currently the list there is somehow like compiled according to what is available from their page. But like if there is a problem with that, like please file back or send us an email. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, looks like this microphone is much better than the other one from yesterday and the day before yesterday. I will use that. So, this is how did I go to full screen?
Full screen here.
Oh, fine. Okay. Surprising. Works.
Technology works.
Yeah, fine. So, LibreOffice Graphics Subsystems History and Visions. I decided to talk about a little bit about that because I just know a lot about that because I'm in the office development quite a while. So I wanted to give an overview where we came from, why it is like it is, so maybe sometimes hard to understand, and how we may escape from where we are. So let's go. So where did that all start? It started really with the release of StarOffice 1.0 in '85. So our code base is 37 years old. So mostly the original code is gone. So when you want to know more details about the development and the different companies involved, you can just go to the wiki page. So the interesting part is the first release was writer only. So only writer was created in the first one. It was on Windows only, so it had to use WinGDI because there was nothing else. The WinGDI 1.0 just allowed something like 4 windows. You had to run on 640K, all that stuff you cannot imagine today anymore, which is good, of course. And luckily, they decided to use C++, so we profit from that today. It would have been very bad because if they would have chosen else, because C++ was far from normal at that time. and not very stable. So long-term effects of using WinGDI. So it was more or less directly mirrored to VCL output device. We still have that pen brush stuff. It is a little bit abstracted on our side with fill, color, line color, and so, but this was done in one of the second or third releases. So problems is only a single context per graphic target output device. We still have that. No transformations, only map mode. We still have that in output device. Integer coordinates, meta files. We are a little bit away from integer coordinates. I have added a lot of stuff which uses double precision using base GFX, which was developed in the transition, in the try to transit away from that. We still have meta files, still our own, but try to keep them as compatible as possible to our big competitor. Transparency at that time had just 4 steps. It was done using pixel pattern blends. We had no alpha channel for the bitmaps and no anti-aliasing. Was just no one knew about anti-aliasing at that time. And unfortunately, an own wide definition of gradients, which I will talk about at the end a little bit. So new versions came along. Marco Berrios decided to do graphic programs, Store Impress, calc and chart stuff. New targets were defined. So writer stayed pretty unchanged, but VCL was extracted from it to get a graphics base for the other code bases which were to be developed. So at that point, they missed the chance to do something as WinGDI. So the problem was the target systems, in that case mainly Linux, just had no GDI. So what to do? So to not lose too much time and resources, it was just decided to implement GDI on Linux. So to emulate and re-implement it. So unfortunately, this has consequences until today. So even today, we still re-implement kind of WinGDI 1.0 similar stuff when we write new backends. So, for example, single graphic context. So state of pen brush, I think most of you know that. We have somewhat stack stuff with push and pop, but still the problem in parameter calls, there are different parts in the office which use different norms to lay out what you need in the output device before or after the call, so this crashes always. It caused a lot of problems all the years. So no modern graphic system uses stuff like that anymore. You know that multiple vendor context, handed to door commands with homogene transformations, and targets are just handled as pixel targets as it should be. So other problem, map mode transformations. So map mode is just a part of a homogene transformation. It only contains translation and scale. It has no rotation or shear or not even mirroring. It is not embeddable because you only have this relative map mode, especially a problem in meta files when you have to rescale them or something. No full homogene transformations. Rotation and shear is handmade even today in the SCR objects. They are still multiplied the hard way with an angle value extracted from sinus cosinus. I already did that once to change that to something better using transformations, but this was lost work because the branch I did it in was not integrated and it conflicted with the crash that we were not able to continue that stuff. So we have still bound vect, snap vect, unrotated snap vect, where the snap vect is more or less the model data, but as you see, unrotated snap vect is held to react on rotation stuff. So this is all in a strange state still. meta files have their own problems. It's more or less a recording of paint. So the basic idea is, of course, when you paint something, you want to paint it again, maybe it's a good idea to record it. I think it's not, because it's not no high quality graphic definition, and it makes all kinds of problems, because it's not transformable, mostly because it contains this Mac mode commands in the meta file itself. So as a workaround, we have move and scale, which do their best, but it never fits together. As a second workaround today, you can put the meta file in a meta file primitive and work with the primitives which get created from the decompose. So that is clearly transformable completely and freely today, but at the cost of a decompose and to translate it to primitives. So meta files are not really maintainable, expandable in practice. You all know that. Loaded with extra data and comment actions. Microsoft is not better, said it's the same. Somewhat higher level info encapsulating low level panes. That's interesting, because that's a little bit similar to the primitive idea that you can get a decompose. It's integer, much old stuff you still have to care about, which you cannot avoid to care about. Traditionally used 32-bit integer. I added quite some helpers in base GFX and all calls on the output device which use that and offer to paint, for example. This transformation is all new stuff to lower the pain to use output device. So alpha for bitmaps, also a big problem, because it was not added from the start. So it did just not exist in old WinGI, so no one came to the idea, which is clear because alpha blending was not known at that time. So to solve it, they just added a second bitmap and created bitmap X. So we are struggling today still from this design decision. It's incredible. But it can really be used as bad example for design consequences. So beware what you do, be aware of consequences. So it's a little bit like we heard yesterday with choosing names of functions. Design decisions are even more critical. So gradients. Old WinGI just had no gradients. So someone, and I really don't know who, because I joined 97, so all I told you until now, I've learned and heard from the guys I was working with. So someone decided to implement some simple ones, and we are stuck with them until today. It's incredible. And we have some SVG gradients. I implemented them when I did the SVG import, but we never managed to get them to the UI. They are fully functional, they work in all exports. We have them in the course, but we don't offer them to the user, which is really a sad story. They were painted, they are still painted when you use VCL in pixel coordinates by making a rectangle slowly smaller, normally by something like 2 pixels. This explains the form our gradients have when you think about it. The problem is, this defines a nonlinear transformation which you cannot invert, so it's hard to get a texture transformation from that. So I spent quite some time when I did the primitives to solve that problem. It's a hard problem to solve, but I succeeded, and we have this 100% compatible decomposition. In primitives, it is of course okay to fall back to VCL to draw them faster, but it is necessary to have them in primitives for the future and as fallback when we want to get away using output device to render. So it even got so far that I have a texture mapping from XY to color, which is used in the 3D renderer to handle a gradient. So it's proof of concept, it's working. And this is exactly the chance we can use in the future for enhanced external renderers use primitives to directly use a text transformation, even for the old gradients, to make them 100% compatible. So another problem, paint invalidation. So original paints in the SCR objects before the changes were split in a paint and a calc boundary function, which never fitted together because it's just not as easy as it sounds on the first idea. You have text overlaps, you have hairlines, which are a problem class of their own. When we have time, I can tell more later. But the line ends and line joints may be mitered, so you really have to do deep calculation when you want to get to the correct result. The other problem is that paint was on the model function, and we have a lot of view-dependent renderings. So, in fact, the range you have to invalidate for repaint often depends on the page you want to show. For example, with the page number stuff on master page and page, or similar stuff with extending fields which are dependent of page number or something similar. And there's the UI part of VCL. It's not so complicated. All buttons fall back, which we don't really use anymore today because it's just ugly. So the question is how to avoid that for the future. So my conclusion from that, when I stumbled about that, when I landed there and saw a drawing layer which not even had a linear transformation and no matrix class when I arrived, was stop painting, start defining geometry. So the idea behind that is all places that paint are dependent on VCL's architecture because they use output device commands. So these would all have to be potentially changed in the future when you want to migrate to something. In defining geometry, you just need a small renderer, which is more or less a translator for the defined geometry. So you never need to change the definition places anymore. And there are much more definition places than translation necessities for new targets. And definitions can be extremely dynamic with primitives. So this is all on the cost to stop direct rendering and instead of that use a scene graph, of course. But if you want to get independent and have full freedom in future renderers, it's the only way to go, if you ask me. And I want to take a short moment to break a lance for the guys who did all this stuff. As you may know, we stand on the shoulders of giants is a phrase used in science, and we profit from what was done before, even when we may know better today or we do the next step. But don't forget it iterates, and Philip Lohmann once said to me, when I was in that phase, many of you are today complaining about what we have today and how could that happen. He told me, the new code of today is the old code of tomorrow. And that hits the point. So just imagine in 10 years someone will complain about your stuff and take it back a little bit, if you ask me. Everyone did the best he could, and they had the same limitations we had. Just don't forget that. So how to reach new shores from where we are? So the original request I got was we need anti-aliasing. So after I had worked there for a few years and saw in which conditions we were and what was possible, I decided to not try to slowly move VCL to a better world, but to do something bigger. So with all these ideas in the back of my head and with what I told you about meta files, which certainly had an influence on the decompose idea, I came up with the primitive stuff, because this will allow a step-by-step transition. So no chance to do it in one step, of course not. Of course not with just one person, because they let me do, but I had to do it alone. I did not get very much support. So if you ask me, the consequence is to get rid of VCL, stop using VCL. That's the point for me. So for new stuff, please try to use the existing primitive stuff, as we will never get rid of it, of the VCL. So all and most can be done. Proof of concept is draw impress, for example, and all the overlays and right-hand calc are also using the primitives for the graphic stuff. And it's just working because it had. So replace VCL everywhere? No, not necessary. So my strategic view at the existing office is just to split it between edit views and UI. So my tool is to get the edit views to complete primitive rendering. That is a realistic target because you see it in Draw Impress. So writer calc partially, as I said, and I would just keep VCL for the UI stuff. It handles the Windows hierarchy message passing stuff anyways, and it's in its transition to host other UI frameworks too, so it will stay for a long time for that purpose, but the edit views should be rendered with primitive renderers from my point of view. And the ideal view would be on each target system, if we one day would really not use VCL anymore, to have a UI framework system dependent and plug the apps with the edit views as edit views. So in last consequence, this would be needed anyway if you ask hardcore Mac guys, for example, to get the UI in a form they would accept. So I have a long number of slides for primitives, but you can just study that when you download the presentation. I have tried to get into the details what we have and what we not have. So if you're interested, you can make a deep dive here. Maybe it helps to understand more how this stuff is working and what backgrounds are there. Lots of interesting but hardcore low-level information. So back to the interesting stuff, current state of transition. So the transition to primitives is not complete, don't forget, because we were interrupted when all were fired. I could just not continue to do that, and I would estimate 40% are done. So we have proof of concept with working stuff at Draw Impress. We have lots of gaps which we should fill, which use old stuff, often showing problems and errors. We have places where the two words collide. For example, in Writer, where you have the normal paint containing the text, and then you have to jump to paint a graphic or something which uses primitives, and for that purpose is buffered, for which we have stuff 2, which does that with primitives. But as I said, with the floss transition, sadly, the resources were killed, transition was interrupted, pretty much on hold for 10 or what, 12 years now? Yeah, well. So I would love to work to continue that, because I think it's really necessary, but many needed steps are filed as tenders since years. Never really get voted because there are no shiny new features but core reworks, so no good chances, unfortunately. So what do we have? You can check that when you download the slides. Let's check the renders, because that is an important point which many seem to miss. So we have two basic primitive renderers to target VCL output device. So these were never intended as being used for 10 years or something. They were just a proof of concept and an in-between step in the transition with primitives. So the goal has always been to have system-specific renderers, which would be in reach today and would have been in reach 10 years ago too, if the time would have been there. So this can do with the geometric information whatever they want and need internally. Every hack is allowed inside a renderer. And they can visualize the defined geometry identical if they are correctly implemented. And they are not that hard to implement. But we just don't have a reference implementation. So a few days ago when I prepared this talk, I started to do one. And I will try to finish it as a reference. And it's in drawing layer project, and it's using Direct2D as an example. And it will render the primitives without using output device. It will be simple because it will only support the most necessary primitives, which are 4 and 5 grouping primitives. And when this is done, it can be copied and extended if someone has interest to do a good, fast, system-dependent renderer without having to implement SAL-GDE. I will try to finish that work. Metafile processor is another thing. It also goes back to output device today in many places, but that can be avoided because output device, as many of you may know, just creates metafile actions. So we can make metafile processor independent of output device relatively easy and keep it for compatibility. So what do we not have? We just heard from Candy, primitive for PDF, for example, because we have a primitive for SVG, for example. The SVG import just puts the SVG file in a primitive, and when you call the decompose, SVG gets passed and primitives created. We can have the same for PDF. Why not? So the good thing is, when you change it to primitives, you will also have the next command to change the primitives to SCR objects if you need to. So that opens the door for unified and better imports to would open. Now we also have no primitive for custom shapes. Currently the custom shapes are still created, Regina knows, for example, I think, by creating SDR objects which are never shown and live in the background, and to paint the custom shapes, the primitives are fetched from those fake SDR objects in the background. So we could simplify this directly, create primitives for custom shapes would make the process much lighter and faster when you change custom shapes. Sometimes it takes some time during the interaction. What do we not have? I said writer and calc should be changed completely, but read the small letters, no worries. You can still do procedural stuff when needed. For example, I understand writer is fast because during text layout, the text is rendered directly, but you can do that in a specified renderer. But do it in the renderer where you are on the specific graphic system you are targeting. I think that would be better in the future. So, slideshow, discussing with Thorsten about that all the time, since years. Chart geometry would be an idea too, for example. We have this slow chart stuff, so directly creating primitive geometry may be an alternative. So much more stuff to talk about. And then I have two excursions, but the time is over. So for homogene transformations, some information which may be interesting because all the new stuff includes using more homogene transformations. And an excursion for hairlines. Why are they so complicated and why do they make so many problems in the graphic course? So I hope this gives a good overview. the important sentences during the presentation, from my point of view: stop painting, start defining geometry. We stand on the shoulders of giants. The new code of today is the old code of tomorrow, and to get rid of VCL, stop using VCL. So, time for questions.
As a non-LibreOffice developer, you mentioned in one of the slides that tender possibilities for some of this work don't get prioritized because it's not part of the core of LibreOffice. If it's not part of the core, does that mean that the work can be done separately, like in a separate repository, offering something that only presents like an interface as an independent library would require just switching to it, or just switching to it, or?
No, I said it is part of the core. The problem is all of this is core-changing work, and you never get votes for core work, and it's very hard to get funding for core work, because core work is not a shiny feature. It's the stuff behind the curtain which users don't see, so no one pays for making that good and shiny. But we would need that urgently.
Just quick.
Regarding this PDF, you said I already started working on the PDF that uses draw primitives, and also one is important is also SVG export, which is not.
Yeah, I agree. So for PDF import, I think the best way would really be to do the same like with SVG import. I think you took a look. So just use the libraries we have. Candy mentioned them a few minutes ago, and create the primitives. And with the primitives, you can do all the rest. That's the easiest way. And I agree, I forgot SVG export. We urgently need SVG export. One big advantage of the primitives until today is I resisted to define a file format, because defining a file format was the death for the metafiles. And I will resist to define a file format as long as I can. So SVG export would be an alternative for exporting primitives and getting them back in again, because we can even embed information.
Like Tommy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shinjay Noki. So thank you for attending this session. And this session is also focus CJK issue. I try to every year this theme. Yeah. So
I take the noise over the lack there. Okay.
Okay. And so this this talk is introduce CJK issues and the typical CJK function part of that function, and CJK bug not yet fixed introduced, and so now fixed in the past bug. Okay. I'm Shinjay Noki, and LibreOffice Japanese team founding member and membership committee deputies and more. Okay. And from Japan, and mostly center of Japan, main island, and living in Nishinomiya City, so very close to Osaka and Kobe, by the train, 15 minutes, only 15 minutes. And Kyoto is about 1 hour, yeah, very close. Yeah. If you coming in Japan, so please contact me. Yeah. Okay. And so CJK issues, so in abbreviation for Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. And sometimes so calling CJK V is Vietnamese. So in Vietnam, very old times, so Chinese character are used, but now not used. So now mostly calling CJK. And so Chinese, Japanese, Korea are different language and different culture. But so a little so same culture. So for example, using kanji, Chinese character, it's the same. And so LibreOffice, okay, yeah, and so LibreOffice so has many so CJK functions. And for example, sorry, this slide is also same last year, but I will go to the conference. So this Japanese version, Chinese version. Chinese is 2 versions, so Simplify Chinese is mainland China, and Taiwan is the traditional Chinese. Taiwan and Hong Kong using so, traditional Chinese. And Korean is also Hangul, so different language. So now Korean is mostly Hangul, not using the Chinese character. Very few. Yeah.
Is that very few
yeah.
Situations or very few characters?
Very few situations. Yeah. Thank you. But so maybe this Hangul is wrong because I use the machine translation. Yeah. Okay. And so CJK issue happen when use the CJK environment. So not only so function problem. So it is hard to notice or understand CJK bug, so unless know CJK. And so full report. Mostly mostly so CJK committee members. But so sometimes so and report to the ask the user, and so committee member so translate it to the functional. Yeah, and sometimes not active member, so directly to the functional. Yeah, and I surprised so a bit few cases, but committee members not non-CJK member, a few cases is reporting CJK bug. Yeah. And so this is a so manifest, next decade manifest. Yeah, now sometimes discussions or next decade manifest, but now current next decade. Yeah, previous. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is also very important point. Is also to support to the liberation of mother tongue. So non-Western language people, this is very important. And CJK functions. So LibreOffice so has many functions. So vertical writing or phonetic writer, calling Ruby and line composition, or multi-byte character, or input methods support, and calendar, more. And this time so vertical writing so introduced. Mostly use right time. Mostly use the case. It's for page style setting. All page so vertical writing case is the mostly case. This page style and page tab you can so select to the text direction. It's very easy. But so this sample file is a mistake, a little problem because so 1, 2, 3, 4 left side or fourth line head dot top of dot mouse. What?
On your left.
Point. Okay. Oh. This is program. But so I'm not setting. LibreOffice have so this correct setting is a no problem. Yeah, I mistake there the setting. It's a function, function. This is a line composition rule. And vertical text box. This is also a little so difficult to find. So right click on the standard bar, not many, and select vertical text. Yeah, many people so using this, and 2 days ago so teaching so Regina told me so so shape on the top to bottom, so vertical writing. I find case is this. This is so very difficult to find. So many CJK people don't know its problem. It's very useful, but it's function is very difficult. Yeah. And yeah, it's not a functionality problem, so it's a usability problem. Yeah. Okay.
About that, and sorry for interrupting, is there a section in the user's guide, or at least the Japanese translated and localized user guide, or Chinese and Korean, which focuses on the ways to handle like vertical writing in LibreOffice?
No. So in Japanese document, so mostly left to right language, so for the technical document, because so many including the alphabet type, so use the left to right. So skip the yes. Vertical writing, top to bottom case is a traditional document or a novel, and Shinsho is a book of very small knowledge books. Is not using the alphabet. So is top to bottom or newspaper. But many business documents are using left to right. Okay. And so other cases, frame, it's very easy to find. And so chart, yeah, so chart is sometimes vertical writing broken. Yeah. Or and another function. This is not using Japanese, but for Chinese maybe useful. Chinese conversion function. So simplify to traditional Chinese or traditional Chinese to simplify Chinese. It's very interesting. So this year, LibreOffice Kai, Japanese annual conference, what I'm talked. It's very interesting. Yeah, demo is difficult or dangerous. Can I try? Okay. Mouse pointer, sorry. Difficult to use that. Okay. Mouse pointer not moving. Okay. Okay. So example. Chinese conversion. Okay. So this is the mouse. So not animal. So maybe and to language Chinese conversion and okay. Not. Oh. Sorry. This is traditional and it's difficult. Yep. And this is also tradition to the simplify. And It's the typeface is changing. Yes. And for many cases, it's just automatically. Okay. Before, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And some case is also changing word and not on equal that so traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese. And you can choose that for option and changing. I don't know. So, sorry. So, but for many cases, very some people so very useful the function. Yeah. Okay. And go back. Try. Okay. And and so and so many functions. So please so checking the last year or 2 years ago slide or video. And so now CJK bug not yet fixed. Of course, so this is only part of the not fixed CJK bug. So many so not fixed. And this is also last year I already so being a talk, but not fixed. And it's problem. So this is using Ruby. And so delete the part 1. It's changing the character. It's very big problem. So I want to demo. Its time is okay. Okay. And select and formatting Asian phonetic guide. This is so separate, so 学校に行きます。But so it's a kanji or hiragana. But so this is a kanji and hiragana. So okay, I want to delete one character. Okay, and apply. Yeah, this problem. I don't know reason.
We see that it's gotten shorted by more than one character.
Yeah. So this and this, no, nothing. And
they disappear.
Yeah. Problem. And okay. And another problem. okay, but so insert the alphabet after character is position is 1. So this is correct position. Left, right, top position. But so this is the left down position. It's 1. And this is for rotated. It's problem. It's correct. But for insert A, it's 1. Yeah, it's rotated. And so same, this is 10, rotated. And this is 10, rotated. And this is different, for changing the another. And 3 dot.
Have you tested whether these errors are form dependent? The question is whether the needed information, whether a character has to be rotated or not, is contained in the form. Have you tested your errors with different forms?
Sorry,
If you change the fonts, do you still see the same behavior for every font?
Maybe so. I did not test, but basically for same problem. 3 minutes? Wow.
But I'm sure
very quick.
AI is a bit flexible.
Okay. And this is a different program. So it's rotated, but so very interesting point. I want to the yellow background. This is applied to the yellow background. It's correct, rotating, and it's correct. It's very I don't know reason. Another case is import PDF file in Doro, and so this is original, not sans CJK, but import type, not safe. So lost font setting problem. Or other case, this is a Chinese, but maybe same in Japanese. So this is for numbering problem. Only yellow, this is not correct. It's problem. Other is okay. Please checking the fallback. I don't know. So understand. So what is right. And so now after is almost every fixed case. This is a crash problem. It's fixed, Michelle. And this is for yes, this is grid. For setting, it's not correct. 22, but for 20 problem. So for the setting is additional for header and footer time is it's not correct, but it fixed Markham. And so this is a rotated program in the calc and printing, only printed it. But now fixed Markham. And so this is for printed time, is a rotated program. This is a regression. code is not good, so try to improve it to trying and problem.
Sometimes you can get regression.
Yeah.
Somebody's working on it.
Yeah. And another case is font. Font size depends not appeared. It's not only CJK, but mostly happen CJK. Or this is searching is wrong. This is only this, but selecting more, it's problem. NE is not searching, but selecting. Now, Noel fix. Okay. Close that up. Okay. And mostly okay. And only
Well, I'm going to talk about that.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Talk about the process of how this worked out.
So this is also usability dialogue for changing design problem. So usability challenge. So and fix to the Heiko. Yeah, it's nice. A little communication problem, but it's nice now. And please checking the meta issue, CJK meta issue. Okay, and conclusion is that so many CJK functions having mostly okay, but sometimes regression. But they are quick to fix some problem. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Shinji.
Sorry for a short delay.
I don't even have this before PDF. PDF. It's no. We press. We press. Use my top. USB ETA. And I'll deal with the same video. Don't worry, I'm going to steal up this time from the next speaker, and he's going to steal it from the person after that, and we're going to be a few minutes late. Get your full money's worth. The next speaker's talk is online anyway, so he's uploading his as we speak. So, there's more time to upload. Exactly. That's not really all of it. Okay. Sorry? I haven't heard the word we've said, but I hope it'll be okay anyway. So, with this little delay, welcome to, well, the second session about one of the non-Western language groups. I'm Eyal from both the Hebrew and the Arabic user groups, and we are talking about the state of right-to-left language support in LibreOffice. And we're in 2022. The last time this session was given was in 2018 in Tirana, so 4 years since this last update. What we're going to do today, we're not going to talk about right-to-left languages. I hope you all know what those are. Or at least, anyway, not a lot. We're not going to talk about how to switch between languages and what LibreOffice already has. But I am going to remind you about where we need support for these languages. We're going to go over a few bug statistics,
some important fixes in the code, improvements to right-to-left language-related functionality over the past several years. And we are going to talk about challenges that are outstanding today as well. So, right-to-left languages, this shows some stuff from a previous, okay. So, ignore the example column except for the first two cells. For some reason, just ignore it. Anyway, so the most popular written language or script is Arabic, and a lot of languages use it, including in different parts of the world, not only in the Arab East and in Central and Western Asia. There's the Nako language or script that's used by languages in Africa, which is the second largest. There's the Adlam script, used by the full family of languages, and unfortunately, I've not seen a single person in this conference who uses any of these scripts, except perhaps for our Turkish friend, whose name escapes me. I'm sorry, and for him it might be a second language, but no native language speaker from any of these groups. You also have Rohingya, then you have Hebrew, which is, overrepresented with me being here. We're only 8 million people who speak it natively. And there are actually more, both languages and scripts. And later, if you watch these slides and want to see the long list, then it's on w3.org. They have a nice list of these. What's important for me to note is that not a small percentage of the population of this planet use right-to-left scripts for writing, and something like 8% of the most popular written languages, those with over 10 million speakers, and it's even higher for secondary languages. But if we look at the number of right-to-left language users among overall users of LibreOffice, so this is very difficult to estimate, and I've cut a few slides where I was making a back of a cocktail napkin or backhand cocktail napkin estimate, so we won't have that. But it is low relative to the percentage in the overall population size, and it's still low even if you want to normalize it, say for development indices or number of people who use a computer at all or things like that. It's still low, so that's a problem. Right-to-left language support. So this few slides were actually a better fit for the other room and less for the more technical nitty-gritty room which we're in. But it's not just in the code. So we need the document model, the structure, the structural representation of it, the ODF specification, the way it's rendered, both on screen and in print, different gadgets in the document, like comments and footnotes, need aspects of functionality that are right-to-left specific, and that's not all. There's actually a lot more. So there's the user interface, which is still within the application, and even there are several aspects of the user interface which require some functionality that is right-to-left specific. But no less important is help and documentation, the websites of our projects and related sites, the platforms we use for discussion, the Ask website, Telegram channels, IRC, and even programs that we have for opportunities that we offer, or the Document Foundation offers for training or for certification, need to have at least some aspect of cognizance, awareness of right-to-left issues. And before I get into the more application-specific aspects of right-to-left support, I need to make the point
that right-to-left languages are generally not well supported outside of the applications themselves. This is not an accusation, because this is also the responsibility of our language communities, some of which don't even exist, but even the ones which do. We have websites, like localized websites, which are entirely missing or are out of date. We have web pages which are the target of links in the applications, which don't exist in localized versions. We don't have any translated user guides, not even for older versions of LibreOffice. And the relevant sections of ask.libreoffice.org are either missing or have very few questions. But after this rant, I'm going to switch over to the aspect of support that's within the applications themselves, within the different modules. So we're putting that aside. And also the negative tone, because within the application, things are better and improving, certainly not perfect. But let's talk about what happened over the past 4 years. Since it's been 4 years, we're not going to be covering everything or going into the details. So first, where you can track this progress yourselves if you want to. Some of the aspects of support are not trackable, especially those that are not within the applications. But if we're looking at in-application technical issues, they are tracked on the Document Foundation's Bugzilla. And there's more than one, several meta bugs. There's the RTL, CTL. RTL is for right to left. CTL is for complex text layout. There's also RTL UI, which are meta bugs. RTL, CTL is the equivalent of the CJK meta bug, which Shinji mentioned in the last presentation. And we also have language-specific issues. And we have meta bugs for Hebrew, for Nako, and a single meta bug for Arabic and Farsi, and meta bug for languages which are relevant to minority groups in China, and minority language communities within China. Not that many issues there, unfortunately. There is underreporting that corresponds to the underrepresentation in our active user community and in the user statistics in general. And of course, each of these metabugs tracks the actual bugs. Just to give you a sample, because we're not covering all of the bugs, in the 2017 State of Right to Left support talk given by Lior Kaplan, who I want to thank also for work on this presentation, which he helped me with. He listed 6 typical bugs, 3 in Writer and 3 in Impress, that were bugging, well, not just him, but not necessarily the most important bugs, but important ones. And by 2018, a few of them were fixed, and by now, they've all been fixed. That doesn't mean that all right-to-left bugs have been fixed, but at least, putting things on the table here and attracting developer focus does have a positive effect. So you can see when more or less each of them was fixed. A little statistics for you. So 69 right-to-left bug fixes within the span of these 4 years. And these bugs, about half of them were filed within that period. That doesn't mean they appeared within that period, just filed within that period. And about half, a little less than half, are older bugs. With respect to components, so almost the majority, almost half of the bugs were writer bugs, writer specific. 8 of them in Press or Draw, 7 in Calc. 8 bugs were assigned the UI component, but we could actually associate them with more or less with a specific application. So about the same distribution. No base bugs, by the way. And of course, the Impress bugs are also relevant to Draw mostly. 7 bugs were project-wide, so regard all applications, and we have some smaller categories with fixes in there. Now, what kind of bugs were fixed? There were issues with the display of right-to-left text in cells, in calc. There was some navigation issues. But over the past year, so since 2021, not a single bug related to calc was fixed. In Impress, the layout issues were even more significant. I think in Tirana, Lior mentioned that. So there's been significant improvement there. One issue in animation, one crasher, one PowerPoint import issue. And now, if we go over to Writer, more than half the issues regard the import of docx and an RTF. And that's not necessarily because there aren't many issues importing PowerPoint. I think it's mostly because people don't do that as much. But definitely, if you were in Gabon's interoperability session, he also made that point. And some UI issues, behavior with selections, and also layout in bottom to top, left to right. And project-wide issues, which are a bit more interesting. So we had some issues in spacing when you have both left to right and right to left issues. Text within a text box. There's Old Hungarian, so there's a script that was used in the past in Hungary that is written from right to left, and sometimes you couldn't use it at all, and that was fixed. And some cursor control trouble. Oh, so yeah, Nastalik is a kind of Arabic font, and there was a rendering issue there. So that I'm not going into the details. That just gives you an overview of what kinds of things were fixed. I do want to highlight a few of the issues that were fixed because they're interesting to look at, not just as issues, but also as a process. The first issue is a task that the developers and designers worked on. It was mostly a design task. Is reworking the dialogue that we use for font selection, this is the bug number, and Shinji actually showed you. And let me see if I can get a mouse. Okay, so let's go through the text first, and then maybe we'll see the before and after pictures. So there was the situation we had is that it was decided that we need some work on the font selection dialog, and there was a commit, and the design team was involved in the change of the dialog design, and it did mean an improvement in the user experience for when you had multiple language groups enabled. Yeah, so here I actually do want to click the link. So in Western only, this is the font selection dialog if you only have Western languages enabled, and you have this is the baseline. It's kind of reasonable. We like it, but if you enabled another language group, and here you see the text in Japanese, so never mind the Japanese, pretend it's in English. We didn't get we couldn't use we wouldn't use the full area of the window or the window pane for each of the language groups, and we had to fit, and we were fitting all the features of the font for each of the language group in the same dialog, and so less area for each widget, and it was it feels crowded, and the idea was to change it. But the thing is, the change resulted in a situation where if you also had CGK or right-to-left languages enabled, then you can no longer see the font that was selected, the non-Western font that's selected when you open the dialog. And the thing is, which is annoying. And the process that led to the initial design change and commit was somewhat flawed. It was flawed because even though the CJK user group was consulted, because of either a miscommunication or there was weren't active users when this question was asked, then the feedback on the suggested design either was not made or did not make it to into the decision-making process. And so the commit was made. And our group, so the right-to-left language-specific groups, nor the general RTL group, we were not consulted at all, not sure why. I'm naughty designers or whoever. But then, so it was reported as a regression after the commit had already gone in. So that was the bad part of the process. The better part of the process is that once the regression was reported, we caught up on the discussion that should have happened before and happened on the regression bug page. And Heiko Titze suggested an alternative design, a new layout, which was well received by all interested parties, I hope, everyone that I can think of. And the new design is something like this, so it splits the dialogue in half. So you get sort of a vertical split, and then you get not all of the area for each of the language groups, but each of them gets more area and more visibility of the font family list, at least, than was the case before. And we like this. It's not perfect when you enable all three language groups, but it's certainly much better than the change that had gone in before. But of course, it's also a lesson that if we do the process right the first time, then we don't need to wait for the regression, and people don't have to complain, and it will take less time overall, etc. Another thing I want to highlight is a fix to a justification issue with the Arabic script. It's the justification mechanism which involves lengthening horizontal lines in letters rather than using spaces. And I'm not going to go into the details of what that means, because there is another session, the following session is exactly about that. It's by Hussein Nurika. But the bottom line that I want to mention here is that Khaled Hosni, in one fell swoop, one commit, fixed 8 different right-to-left, justification-related bugs, and that's legendary and awesome. But there's a bit of work that remains following that change, and if you want to see what that work is, so that this is the link to the bug. So this is an example of how sometimes if someone takes the time to do a deep dive and make a fix that's very deeply into the code and never mind the details, then you can fix a whole bunch of issues and rather than aiming for workarounds or something that's specific to this situation or that situation. So that's definitely, if we can have more of those, then that would be great. One last issue I want to highlight that was fixed is a change of the default fonts for Arabic and Hebrew by Yusuf Phillips, who's no longer very active but was more active a few years ago. Several bugs that relate to that. There was zero development effort here, so nothing was changed in the code, but these issues had very high visibility and the changes had very wide effect, including to our public image. There was a long community process of discussing what would be best, what are the best combinations. We had candidates, so there was more than one round. And there were also some supporting fixes to rendering that allowed this to happen for some of these fonts. However, this process was not finished, so whoever is, I want to ask people in this room and out of this room to help me push for this process to finally be finished. And it's not finished because we're missing community feedback. The Arab language community has not been very active, and I'm not a native speaker, so I don't feel qualified to make the choice. So this is not done yet, despite the great work that has already happened. Finally, some with say 5 or 6 minutes I have left, some noteworthy outstanding challenges, things that are not fixed. So perhaps the most visible one is that damn PDF text run flipping issue. So if we take the document on the left and we save it to a PDF and we open it again in Writer or in Press or wherever, we get the document on the right, which also has the wrong font, but that's not the bug I'm talking about. The thing is, the characters appear in the opposite direction. So look at this square character, a final mem in Hebrew. So here it's on the right instead of on the left, and here the Arabic is also reversed. So this is super annoying. Effectively, it means we can't open PDFs with right-to-left content. Can't even view them. Certainly can't edit them. So there is a tender for this to be fixed this year, but all the tenders are blocked because of some secret legal trouble that I don't know what it is, what that's about. But for some reason, it's preventing us from getting the fix that we want and that we need. So work on it, and maybe if you can accept that thing from whatever legal reason it is that tenders aren't happening or whatever, we really want this to go ahead. Another issue, which is more fun, the rest are more fundamental ones, and that have seen no work, or almost no work, is the issue of start and end versus left and right. This is the bug number. So if you think about paragraphs that are written left to right, they start on the left of their first line, and they end on the right of their last line. But right to left paragraphs, well, not necessarily in English, but if a paragraph is right to left, it starts on the right edge of the first line, and it ends on the left edge of the last line. But we have a lot of settings in the UI and possibly also in the format. I'm not sure because I haven't looked into it. Certainly in the user interface, which say start and end, but actually mean left or right, or maybe not, and it's not consistent. And sometimes you want all options. So for example, if you're looking at paragraph alignment, we have left alignment and we have right alignment. But then if I switch the direction, I still get left alignment. But maybe I want my paragraph to be aligned to the start. And right now I can't do that. When I change the paragraph direction, I also have to change the alignment. So the alignment is visual and not logical in that sense. So we need 2 extra options here. But if you look at the last line part, here you do have start or end. So here we do see some partial work towards this goal, but it's not uniform. And in other cases, we see this in the other direction. So the UI says before or after rather than left or right, but it can mean either left or right depending on what the direction is, and you're not sure exactly what it's going to do. So you have to guess where the column will be added. So sometimes it is a better idea to say to the left or to the right. And this also depends on what direction is the table's column progression. But actually, we don't have a well-defined concept of table column progression, at least not in the user interface. And what happens if you take one column and you make it right to left, but the column progression direction of the entire table is left to right? So this is, I don't even know what the answer should be, but it should be something. And there are a bunch of these issues throughout LibreOffice that need to be addressed at some point. And the last issue I will highlight specifically is deepening the support for languages. Not for specific languages, for languages. So LibreOffice does not let you set the language of a piece of text, which might sound weird to you, but it's just the case. LibreOffice doesn't really support languages. Not really. It recognizes language groups, but it doesn't properly support languages. But what if within the same language group I want to distinguish what I do with Arabic and what I do with Hebrew, or even in the Western language group I want to do something for Russian and something else for English. And the very specific example, I want my paragraph style or my character style to have a different font for Russian and for English, or for Arabic and for Hebrew. This is not supported. At least not in the terms of the user interface. I don't know about the ODT format. Hopefully it's better there, but there's no visibility for it in the user interface. And I also don't know about the code. Yes, Regina. Oh, but when I set a character style for several characters, some of them might be in English and some of them might be in Russian or in Hebrew. And no, I do not. I want the same style. I want a style to encompass font information. Right now, the style encompasses font information for the different language groups. I can have a different font set for Western characters and in the same style, and for right to left characters, and for CJK characters. So 3 settings. But I need a per language setting. Same thing for paragraph styles, by the way. Anyway, other challenges, which I'll only sketch briefly. There are a few RTL issues defined as severe, which are open. Compatibility with the MS Office formats is very painful in general, but it's even more painful for right to left. And for a lot of people, okay, this is only anecdotal, this is not proper survey. A lot of people have told me that the reason that they will not switch from Microsoft Office to LibreOffice is because of right to left incompatibilities with their file formats. And then there are the less represented languages, which have their own idiosyncratic features among the right-to-left languages. For example, in ancient Tibetan, the entire document is a single paragraph. And there's a problem when you have a single paragraph over, say, 50 pages. LibreOffice somehow doesn't like it that much. And that makes some Tibetan texts, I can only say because the bug says that. I've never worked with Tibetan myself. Not usable. So different languages have their own weird idiosyncrasies, and we shouldn't wait for users to report these issues. There should be at some point some effort to go over different languages, and at least just from reading the Wikipedia article about these languages, you can tell that this might have this issue, this might have that issue, and not wait for the bug report. And finally, the number of bugs has increased significantly. 4 years ago, it was 72. Number of open bugs. It was 72 4 years ago. Now it's 195 with 21 unconfirmed bugs. It's more because of that underreporting has lessened, rather than that a lot of new bugs have suddenly materialized. But there's a large number of right-to-left specific bugs, and it's increased. And it might increase further the more people use non-writer apps and import PowerPoint and things like that. So thank you for that. And see you next year, in a few years. Who knows?
Thanks, Eyal. Thanks a lot. The next presentation is a video from Hussein, which is only 20 minutes long. So if anybody has any questions while I set up, hopefully I can just put my laptop.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you very much for a very refreshing and thorough
thank you very much for a very refreshing and thorough walkthrough through this. And I definitely agree with you on many of your suggestions, and especially that this should be in one package, basically, to fix it. But when you said you wanted to add, in addition to left and right, start and end, I would rather say, no, just replace them with start and end, since the other ones, which are justified and centered, otherwise you will still have a non-alignment in the meanings of them. Thank you.
So that would naturally be up for discussion. I don't have a very strong opinion about this myself. I think some people might argue that they want always left or always right alignment. But you know, when this is discussed, then I'm sure the right decision will be made.
So, let's hope this works. This is Jose's talk, following on from what Eyal was talking about, Chindi as well. So this works.
I will talk about Arabic, Persian. Hello, I'm Hossein Nouricha, and today I will talk about Arabic, Persian text justification and overview. This is the list of contents that I want to talk about today. After a short self-introduction, I will talk about typographic alignment and then go to the justified text, focusing on Arabic and Persian. Then I will talk about different approaches to text justification. Then, in the end, problems and fixes are discussed. I'm Hossein Nouricha, PhD in Information Technology. I am the Developer Community Architect for the Document Foundation, TDF. I am a developer, university lecturer, and FOSS advocate. If you want to get started in LibreOffice development, you can contact me via email, hossein@libreoffice.org, or via IRC, I'm with the name of Hossein at LibreOffice Dev Room in LibreChat Network. So first, typographic alignment. As you know, there are different alignments that are available in typesetting software. Left, which is very common in left to right languages, but in right to left languages like Persian and Arabic and Urdu, this is not usually something very common, but right alignment is something that is usually used. Center is something with limited applications. So another one is the justified text. So in Western languages, we usually use a space to make lines larger to fill the space that is designed for them. But in Arabic script, we have a special character or special element that is called kashida, which is essentially a horizontal line. And as you can see on the top in Microsoft Word, there are different options to use justify for the paragraphs. So you can use justify low, medium, or high. And only in the first one, kashida is used. But in LibreOffice, we don't have the three others that only use space to justify the paragraph. So this can cause problems. For example, in Urdu, you're using Nastali fonts, and in Nastali, the kashida is something else. It's not a horizontal line. So we have several tricks to justify the paragraphs in Arabic and Persian, but in typesetting we can only use the horizontal line. So if we use justify for Urdu in Nastaliq font or Iran Nastaliq, you will see unwanted horizontal lines, and this is a problem. But in Arabic and Persian with other fonts, if the Keshida is positioned correctly, everything will be all right. So let's look at some of the ancient text, some of the old text from Quran, which is available in some museums, and you can see the links to the actual website that I have taken these examples. So the above is from 1st century, and it's quite old, but as you can see, the justified text is used. So this one is from 11th century, and is currently in British Museum, and as you can see, the text is justified, but some parts of the text goes beyond the paragraph and beyond the edges. So this is something that can be seen in some of the computer fonts, and I don't want to get more into details. This one is also from 10th century Quran. So as you can see, this is also justified. So this is not Arabic script, but Kufi script. But as you can see, this is something that the writers at the time were using. And this one is from 12th century, which is available in Reza Abbasi Museum. So this is something that is more similar to what we have in computer-generated printed media today. So there are Keshidas there, but there are also other tricks to increase the size of lines. So essentially, what you see here is justified text, justified paragraph. So essentially, you should increase the length of each line to fill the size that is, fill the space that is designed for the paragraph. So as you can see, essentially all the lines have the same length with some exceptions that, for example, the end of some character goes beyond the edges. So this is something else. And it is usually done in calligraphy. So in modern typography, things are somehow different. So if we talk about modern typography, other than computer, before that, we had hot metal typesetting, for example, linotype or things like that. So it is very nice that even without computers, they will using some mechanical tools to achieve justified text. For example, they used special triangles that filled the line, and they put pressure on the top, and the spacers actually filled the space and made the paragraph justified. But in computer software, things are somehow different. When computer software came into the typesetting, the problem of justifying the text and beyond that, breaking the paragraphs into lines became actually an optimization problem. So in a software, you try to achieve the best line break by trying to optimize some parameters, including the parameters that are discussed here. For example, the number of characters and the number of words that you see in each line. So you try to put more text into each line and try to fill the lines, and you try to avoid lines with, for example, 1, 2, 3 characters inside that. Also, for the languages that use hyphenation, you try to use less hyphens. For example, you can go on and break several words into 2 parts and put hyphens there, but that is something that is undesirable. So you're trying to use less hyphens. And then orphans. So you should avoid small paragraphs and small lines. You should avoid a blank page with only 1 or 2 words inside that. So having all these constraints in mind, you should try to optimize. And it is shown that this is an NP-complete problem. So there are solutions that are practical, and we will discuss later. So these are the approaches to text justification. So these are some of the well-known algorithms for text justification. The most famous algorithm that we know is from Camus and Plus. They provided in their article and then implemented in the TeX typesetting system. So their algorithm actually works on the document as a whole. So usually it is said that the output from TeX is something that is very desirable and very nice to the eyes of the readers. So they have tried to achieve the optimal solution or near optimal solution. But in LibreOffice and Microsoft Word before 2013, the WordPerfect 6.x compatibility is maintained. So in LibreOffice, the algorithm is working on line-by-line basis. And other than that, I should say that in Word 2013, a new algorithm is introduced that can shrink and as well expand, and it actually broke the compatibility with the WordPerfect 6.x. So this is not yet implemented in LibreOffice. If you want to get more information, I think you can refer to these 2 issues that discuss the justification algorithm. And there are problems in the current LibreOffice approach. So the problem that optimization is done locally and line-by-line basis is preventing LibreOffice to achieve an optimal solution. Also, as I said, this is not compatible with Microsoft Word 2013 plus. So other than that, if you look closely into the implementation, the code for justification is scattered among different modules, both the VCL and also the writer. So in this way, it is difficult to debug, fix problems, and improve the implementation. So other than that, if you refer to the issue 104921, which is actually fixed now, the position of Keshida is not communicated explicitly between VCL and writer. So this is something that is fixed now by the patches from Khaled Hosni. So let's look at some of the problems and the fixes. So So one of the main problems with Kashida in Arabic in LibreOffice was that in certain situations, the Kashida was not inserted correctly. So this horizontal line, when placed incorrectly, can cause gaps and bad overlaps. So as you can see, the characters here should be joined together, but because the horizontal line is placed incorrectly in the wrong position, the output is not okay, and this actually caused a lot of problems for the people who use Arabic, Persian, or do another Arabic script languages. The gaps or the bad black lines was not there in OpenOffice, but at some point this problem happened in OpenOffice. So this was a regression, and after that it was fixed once. But then in LibreOffice 5.3, a big change came, and half-wise is used after that version as the underlying text rendering engine. So the justified problem came back, and it was there for around 10 years. But now it is actually fixed by Khaled Hosni, and I thank him for doing this great job. So this problem was one of the frequently asked problems that people from Persian and Arabic and Arabic script language community asked to fix. So this is fixed now, and the fix will be available in the next major version, which is LibreOffice 7.5. So I try to avoid this problem in the future, and to do that, to make sure that this won't happen again, I have added a test for that. And essentially in that test, I check the exact position of characters, including the normal characters and also diacritics. So the idea behind this test is that certain characters should join, but not too much. So for example, if those characters are joined, for example, with 20% overlap, this is not acceptable. For example, 10% or something like that is accepted. So in order to make sure that the test actually goes fine on different platforms, the actual font that is used is something constant. This helps us make sure that the test goes fine on different platforms, but I think we need more tests to make sure that the problem with justified text doesn't happen again. So there are remaining problems, and one of them is a glitch that happens only in certain zoom levels, like 100%, which is only reproducible on Windows in certain conditions. This is filed in TDF Bugzilla, and we need to test more to make sure that this happens, to understand when this happens and try to fix that. Another problem is with mixing RTL and LTR text, which is probably caused by bad footnotes. So as you can see, the LTR and RTL texts are mixed and they are entangled. So this is not okay. Also, there are problems with character joining. As you can see, there are small gaps in the text, and this is actually visible in certain zoom levels, like 100%, but the text is much smaller than you can see here, and I've zoomed in to show the problem. Another problem that I should mention is that by not having justified paragraphs that are justified only using space, justify low, high, medium. We have problems with Urdu and other nastaliq font text. So this is another problem that we have. So in the end, I should thank very specially for the kind developer who fixed all these problems, and he's Khaled Hosni. So thank you, Khaled. Thank you for making users happy and making their life easier. Thank you very much. So time for questions. You can ask questions, and I will be happy to be able to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Hussein says now he will be in the Matrix, IRC, Telegram, the channels bridged together. So for any questions about this topic, you can ask him. We can talk to him right now. Yeah. But the next talk. Yes.
Hi. At this time,
okay. Yep.
This is my third session. I sent a three CFP. 3 CFP passed. So very easy. So at this time, my title is Let's Try NLP of Klingon language using LibreOffice. Who is the Trekkie? Raise your hand. Other person is Dr. Fu? No? Okay. Who am I? I'm Koji Anora from Japan. I love Neo4j graph database, and I love LibreOffice. I'm a Japanese LibreOffice team. Okay, today's agenda is about LibreOffice 7.3 and what is NLP, and next about Klingon, a culture and how to learn Klingon language, and last one, NLP. So a lot of Klingon information and a little bit NLP information to you. Okay. Okay. It's about the LibreOffice 7.3. Additional language in the language list is here, available for text attribution is Klingon. Who uses Klingon language in 7.3 or 7.4? No? Okay. Klingon language is here. One is Latin transcription. You will see code Picard. A, B, like a C. Okay? And Klingon script is not registered with Unicode, not yet. So we use Picard. Like this. Okay? I hope to Klingon script into Unicode next version. I hope. Okay, what is NLP? NLP is natural language processing. It's a branch of computer science. The goal, NLP goal, is to give computers the ability to understand text and spoken language. This is a short history of NLP. 1954, first time NLP, Georgetown experiment. Creator, Georgetown University and IBM. 1964, software ELISA. ELISA is famous software. You know? No? Okay. And 1983, Raptor is for Mac software. I bought this software, Raptor. And 2006, Watson, created IBM, and the 2011, CD, Apple, 14, Katarina, Microsoft, 14, Amazon, Alex, and 16, Google Assistant. Very short history. Okay, culture. You want to learn the Klingon culture. So culture, Klingon are depicted as spiritual people. Relationship between Earthling and Klingons about Earth was tied to Earthlings until the 23rd century. It's not good, Klingon and human. Okay? After the 24th century, they are allied. So they speak language. They speak Klingon, of course, and mostly English in TV. Okay, Klingon. This language was created by James Dohan, mostly Scotty. You know Scotty? Beam me up.
Beam me up, yeah.
Okay. He's best known for his role as Scotty. But next, it was created as artificial intelligence, artificial language by Mark. He's American linguist. His professional work is in Native American languages. It was first used in 1984, Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock. There are only 3,000 words now, so you can learn easy. And Klingon language, about order. Okay, there are many languages on the planet. Languages have different word orders. SOV, Japanese, Korean. English mean she, him, loves, like this. Okay, SVO, English, Chinese, she loves him. OVS, Klingon, object, verb, subject. A little bit language is 0.7%. Is English him, loved, she? I don't know. So our order is very different. And Klingon script is called Picard. 21 consonant and 5 words, like this. But Klingon language defined by ISO standard. ISO means International Organization for Standardization. Okay, ISO 439-3. You will see Klingon language. Code is PLH. ISO 639, okay, you can find Ainu languages, Okinawan language in Japan languages, and Japanese sign language. Sign language is here, sign language. It's Japanese sign language. Is in ISO 639. And how to study? Okay, you know Duolingo? Food, yeah. Okay. Which language?
Dutch.
Dutch?
Dutch.
Oh. For Italiano speakers, English, Spanish, French, German. For English speakers, Klingon are really big learners and high Valerian is Game of Thrones language. More bigger. Okay, you can learn 2 languages.
It's a fad. Klingon is forever.
Klingon?
High Valyrian is just a fad, but Klingon is forever.
And translate, a Microsoft translator translate Klingon languages, two languages, Klingon and Klingon Picard. You can use Microsoft like this. This braid is mine. So this one. I can't pronounce it. And dictionary, two dictionary published. One is older, white one is older. The red one is new, I think. A little bit small paperback. And you can buy a great books written in Klingon language. Okay? Klingon books in Klingon language. Okay. What is NLP? Okay. Simple phrase is here, NLP, from text, and the next tokenization. Next, morphological analysis and syntax analysis, and last one is saved to some database or some file. Tokenization is here. As in English, words are separated by spaces, so making a process easy. In Japanese, no space is so difficult to divide the word. Like this, word and space, word, space. Yeah, this is a tokenized. Sentence is here. Okay. And next, morphological analysis, the relation of words from word to word or something relation. And syntax analysis. This is a host tagger. Add tag, verb or adverb, or noun, punctuation. So I use this time on NLP for, I'm looking for a package for a Klingon language. It's good one is second one, Klingon NLP Toolkit Python library. So maintain is very good, 2021. Yeah. So I use this time NLP, so Klingon NLP Toolkit. I used this product, and the dictionary is Klingon Assistant Data. It's the latest one, May 30. So Klingon language is here. English means here. First only achievement is death. Last one is Japanese. Klingon Klingon language sound like this: Kerk, Nek, Chab, Koch. Yeah. What order is this? Death only achieve food. Okay, this is a second sentence. Mean the fools die young in English. Okay, two sentence. I into two sentence into NLP. So I got answer is here to write calc. Word number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and lemma, and this is a noun or a verb or something. 1, 2 to 6 is a first sentence. 7 to 12 second sentence. It's so easy. And I filter verb or noun. This time is I filter the verb by verb. It's good for Klingon language study. It's what kind of verb is more appear. So you can count easily. And this is Klingon data here. Post-stagger data to into graph database Neo4j. So it's easy to understand. Red one is text, and sentence is green. 2 sentence is green, and word is blue one, and last one. Okay. Text has 2 green sentence, and 1 green sentence has word forward, and word connect the by order. Oops. Okay. I think this is easy to understand. But this is good data from Klingon languages. So this time I create Python outside Python, but I try to create inside the LibreOffice Python. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Any kind of question?
my first question is what is the special significance of Klingon for the exercise you just showed us? Isn't this also useful for other languages? Like almost about the same?
Yes, I think, but Klingon language pronunciation is very special. So it's not in Japanese pronunciation, I think. But I learned some about other languages. You know.
I guess that would depend on what you are planning to do once you have your graphs in Neo4j with the different relations. Depending on the use, I'm thinking maybe this kind of framework or process that you're building would be useful for other languages, real or fictional.
Please speak more.
That was just a comment, not a question.
Thank you. Graph database, Neo4j or something, Neptune, a lot of graph database. So it's easy to control NLP or AI program.
Oh yeah, then you can use anything else that's any kind of NLP or AI or based on. So that's like the first loading or ingestion phase, egress phase for an NLP pipeline.
Yeah.
Okay, now I get it.
And a Klingon like this human or human don't like the Klingon. This is graph.
Any other questions? None? Hey. Mike.
Yes, so thank you very much, Koye. I work in this field and it can be used for a lot of things. I mean, you can use it for grammar practices. You can also use it to verify that someone hasn't cheated on creating this language or so. I mean, you can find patterns very easily, both positive and negative. And it's also good to start with a small language if you want to do something on a larger scale later on. I mean, usually we do this in batches of 10 or 100 languages at the same time, but this is much more simple to get an overview or to actually see does it work and so on. So I think it's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, good evening. Next one up, and I think that's the last talk in this room for today. It's the GSOC panel. So that's not about me, that's about the students who are just coming up here, Anna and Paris. And just make a few words and then hand over to the wonderful students. So GSOC, on the off chance you don't know what it is, it's short for Google Summer of Code. It's an international program that's sponsored by Google. We're grateful for that. Google, thank you for many, many years of sponsoring wonderful projects. There was some change this year. It used to be for students only, like properly enrolled students at university. That changed, so from this year on, it's from anyone 18 years or older. There's a little asterisk there, so they say like without any, let's say, massive open source prior experience, so kind of newcomers to open source. And Google is funding both the organization with a bit of money and predominantly the students. Projects can be of two sizes, between 180-ish and 350 hours, and has to happen over the course of the summer and late autumn. Yeah, it scaled up massively. So started 2005. LibreOffice has been part of that since the beginning, and it's now, I don't have the numbers from this year, but it used to be like 1,200 something student last year, and more than 200 different open source organizations, so it's really quite large, and it's an honor to be part of that. Right, so for this year, we have 2 students that Google was sponsoring, and people here were mentoring. First of all, big shout out for the mentors, Tomasz, Miklos, Hossein. I hope I didn't forget, I don't know if Mike, maybe you were also helping with mentoring. So all the mentors, all the people reviewing code, massive thank you for doing that. We couldn't do that without you. And of course, people like doing the boring stuff in the background, like organization and payment and form filling, etc. That's Heiko and Mari predominantly. Right, and that out of the way, let's start with some student presentations, like showing off their wonderful work here. And so we start with Hannah, who worked on VBA macro tests and improvements. So with a warm applause, welcome Hannah.
Hello, for the people I haven't met, I'm Hannah, nice to meet you. Yeah, so my Google Summer of Code was the VBA macros test the missing API, so I basically had to do a lot of tests. And the first thing I wanted to say was that to start with, it's quite difficult to get into it because, like, one of the prerequisites for GSOC was you had to do a level interesting difficulty, easy hack, and they were all quite difficult. I found anyway, especially being quite new to, well, relatively new to coding and stuff. Like a lot of them had quite a lot of comments, and I think for starting off, the barrier to entry is quite high, and it would be brilliant if more people could file some easy hacks to get more people like me interested. Yeah, so for example, this one, like 46 comments you have to read through before even getting started, and like the easy hack's been deleted, so it's a bit questionable whether it is an easy hack or not. It's just stuff like that I found quite challenging. Yeah, so I just want to talk a bit about what macros are used for. I mean, you probably already know, but I just wanted to like quickly skip over it. So yeah, just way of automating tasks, and you can read, so yeah. But they are useful. So this was what my project was mainly focusing on, basically writing my tests in Word, testing them in Writer, and then seeing where there were areas to improve the code or where there were bugs and things didn't work as well as I wanted them to, or as well, like they didn't work the same in Word as they worked in Writer. So yeah, and these are just some code paths as well. So this is just a bit about the the structuring of the code. So you start with your macro, and then you can look at the VBA API and then the normal Uno API. So mostly I was just writing tests in the macros, but then I did change some code like in the VBA section of LibreOffice, and then, but I didn't really get into the core, but I liked doing the coding more in LibreOffice rather than in VBA writing the tests because it was just more fun. VBA is not the most interesting language, I didn't find, but yeah. And then why is this useful? For compatibility. That's basically the main thing, and also like preventing regressions. I guess people use the macros as well, so it's good just to keep improving stuff. It's just an example test script. And then this is like, this is just an example of what you'd expect. So in Word, if you did this, so I wrote a macro to do this. So you'd expect there to be the same thing in Writer, but in Writer, you'd expect this, but actually it doesn't work because there's no characters property. So it's just stuff like that I was trying to fix or like realize. That still actually needs to be done. So if anybody wants to volunteer to add that, or, it's on my to-do list. So, and these are just some of the test documents I did. So I tried to pick areas that I thought would be quite useful to cover the most ground. So I didn't focus super a lot on like one area. I tried to move around quite a bit just to get the most use out of my summer, I guess. This is just an example test, I think. So then this is what I did, just some like bullet points of main things I did. I had to add it in all my test files. I fixed some things that I found that fixed some bugs really. Added some properties. And then one of the things I did also was add my test framework. So now I can just have like a nice array of my tests, and then they run, and then I can see which ones work and stuff. And so you can notice like some of these are commented out because not all of them pass. So there's still lots to do. So some of my interesting changes. So one of my changes, obviously this isn't the whole change, but was that new find objects. So the find object, I was looking at find and replace. I wrote some tests for that, and this find object was constantly being like deleted. So for every property that was set on it, it was just like created and destroyed. So it wasn't that useful. So I made this more global. And then, one of the really useful things I did was have this message box. I know it's only a small bit of code, but like it was really helpful because my debugger, I just gave up with the debugger. It's just too hard to like fix. So I use mostly like printf debugging and stuff, but this showed, so in VBA you can write a message box and then it's like it shows what's happening basically. And so this displayed the contents, which was really, really useful. So hopefully for the next person that tries to do some more of this can help them as well. Just some key things I've learned. Option explicit, I wanted to talk about like that. So in VBA, like you call your function names and they don't automatically update when you change them. So there'd be times where I'd try to run my code and I'd be like, why is this not working? But the option explicit updates your function like names and whenever they're called if you've changed your case. So that was actually really helpful. There's just loads to do. I mean, loads to do still. So there's like over 300 objects in Word, just looking at their documentation, and each of these have loads of properties and methods as well. So, I mean, I couldn't possibly do all of that. So there's a lot to do, and also I don't know what objects are really used and the most useful to implement and stuff like that. So that needs more research and some tests still need fixing and stuff. But here's just an example where Word behaves strangely, like inserting new lines. for unknown reasons to me anyway. If anybody has any views about that, I thought it might be to do with the cursors, but I don't know, MXXP cursors. Just looking at the code quickly, but yeah, loads to do still. So, and the next thing is just thank you to my lovely mentors and the community, and for inviting me as well. We've had a lovely time, and it was nice to meet you all. Any questions?
Hello. I take it back.
The example you gave about the missing property, the characters property, so that sounds like something that was not, less of a bug and more of something that was like an incomplete API coverage. So are you testing something that was supposed to have been completed and this was missed, or is the functionality of being able to run VBA macros only partially implemented, and your tests are telling us what's missing?
Yeah, so my tests, can you hear me in that? Yeah. My tests, so they were testing what bits of the API were missing to implement, as well as finding bugs. So there were sometimes when I changed, there was an off by one error, so I changed that to make it compatible. But so there are still a lot of missing parts of the API, and I was also trying to find those and see where we could push and write more new areas as well. So there are a lot of methods missing from a lot of objects. It's quite incomplete, but it's quite difficult, I found, to document it because there's just so much. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
So thanks again, Hannah. Awesome stuff. And next one up is Paris with, let me just display that, with extend Z compressed graphic support. And slides are coming up in a second. And the stage is yours, Paris.
Hello again. So one thing you probably noticed immediately is that I don't have the beautiful LibreOffice slides, so that's sad. But I promise I searched for them, I couldn't find them. Anyway, my project is Extend Z Compressed Graphic Format Support, and well, there is a line in the title, the formats are gzip compressed, but the title was chosen already, so what can you do? So if we can take this title word by word, the extend word is because SVGZ import was already supported, so we added a couple more formats, which are WMZ and EMZ, which were not previously supported. So what is a WMF or an EMF? We need to understand that before we move on to the WMZ. So it's a Windows metafile and an enhanced metafile. They're vector graphic formats, a lot like SVG. They're drawn by metafile record structures that include drawing commands, object properties, and configuration settings. That means you have this metafile structure in the file. It tells you draw a polygon here, and when you play back the file, it draws it there, a lot like SVG. If you're wondering why they exist in the first place, well, they both came before SVG, and I mean, they're still used because they're used in competitor products. So what is WMZ and EMZ? Well, it's just a gzip compressed WMF or EMF. That's just it. So a WMF file, you take it, you gzip compress it, and it's now a WMZ. You change the extension as well. Well, of course, as you know, this can reduce the file size by a lot. I would say that it was more useful in the past because of slow internet speeds, no HTTP compression, or floppy disks. You need to share the graphics there. But it is still used. It exists in all documents, so we need to preserve it and we need to support it. And importing SVGZ was already supported, but exporting was not. So we had to add that as well. So here's the work done. We added WMZ and EMZ format detection support by decompressing the first few bytes. You don't want to decompress the entire thing and then it turns out it's not a WMF. So you decompress it first, you check it, and then you decompress the rest. And then, import and export support, as we said. So decompression supported the gzip format. There is a Z codec class that supported the format when you decompress, but after you compress, the gzip header was not added. So we had to fix that as well. And then unit tests. Quite a lot of them, but not as much as Thomas would want. Actually, that project was quite small. I started during the community bonding period, which is 3 weeks this year. I don't know why. It's quite a lot, so I started coding because I got bored. So we moved on to a bonus project, which was make PNG writer use libpng. The reader was already converted to libpng. We had our own implementation before, and Thomas had already started working on the writer. So he suggested that I continue his work, and I did. I continued Thomas's work, had support for several chunks that were missing, RGBA and 1 and 8-bit pellet support, and we added some PNG suite tests. PNG suite is like this zip of a bunch of PNGs. It tests for everything, interlacing, different sizes, different palettes, etc. This is more for consistency because it's a little bit harder to test that the file is actually opened and the pixels are actually the way they're supposed to be. So we would just import the tests, check the size, check that everything is all right, and export them and check that they match. And then, at the end, remove the old PNG writer and fully integrate the new writer. And that is it. So the conclusion and the final thoughts of the project. Well, LibreOffice has been a great introduction to open source. It is the first open source community that I've been a part of. The community is very knowledgeable and always eager to help. Whenever I would go on IRC, mails, etc., there was always someone who knew exactly what I wanted. It greatly improved my code writing and especially my code reading skills. It was fun, obviously, and yeah, I hope to continue contributing for years to come. That is all. Thank you for listening.
Hello? Hello. If you can only outline like what we had there before the libpng for the export.
There was our own implementation, just like the reader. It didn't use libpng. Yeah. Yeah.
So now we have support for working with the compressed versions of PNGs, of SVGs, right? I think you mentioned the VMF, the WMFs, and the OD, whatever formats are themselves compressed. Do you think there's justification for something like a more general framework of some sort for like transparently looking into compressed files so that we could like generically support compressed versions of additional formats, or is that overkill?
Yes, so this was actually one of the first things I considered. I messaged Thomas about this and I asked him, why don't we support everything that is gzip compressed? But turns out nothing else is really gzip compressed, and at the end of the day, the user just uncompressed it. The reason that we need support for WMZ, say for example WMZ is inside a document, well you cannot uncompress it inside the document. But if it's a PDF.gz, you can always uncompress that. And also there's like no other formats that use gzip compression, as far as I know. Yeah, sure.
Okay, any further questions? We got a few minutes left, so there's one.
that sprinting action. Thank you, Claude. Yes, it's not a question for you, Paris. It's just a general Google Summer of Code question. So I'm just interested in the statistics on how many applicants we got, how many got through. What did the funnel look like, if you can share that, this year? Because normally we have more. And what can we do to get, I mean, assuming we'll do Google Summer of Code next year, what can we do to improve that?
Yeah, so I don't have the precise numbers. Maybe Mari might remember. So we had, but we were not the only org this year. We had significantly fewer applications, and those that we got were from really quite different corners. So the Google changed the rules quite substantially, and that did apparently affect us and other orgs more than, so for example, research, open source organizations closer to research stuff apparently were less affected because they would probably they have been recruiting their students from, let's say, in-house, and they had no prior open source experience. So there was kind of the standard, like KDE and other projects, they would normally attract students or people who have prior open source experience, and that was kind of, so Google kind of switched from let's have students to let's have everybody but without open source experience, and they said that they're going to tweak that. They're kind of, there's going to be some A/B testing, I suppose. So they tweaked this massively, and they're going to tweak it again, and then kind of compare like where's the optimum, I suppose. So. So I think this year is a bit of an outlier. If you look at the numbers like over multiple years, I think you can learn something. But if you look at this year, I think this is an outlier. And on the other hand, well, of course, the other limiting factor beyond having applicants like people who are obviously like passing the test and then like being considered valid applications. There's the other side, that's the mentoring side. And I think we have more of a problem there probably going forward. So that's mentoring is something that takes energy, that takes time. And if you do that like every year since 12 years, then maybe you want to break. So that's that. I don't know, I think Mari is not here. Anybody else? Cisco maybe? Anybody from the, let's say, inner circle org admin, got anything to add to that? I don't want to, I'm not claiming that's necessarily all accurate what I'm saying. Okay, great. Then thanks a lot to everyone involved, students, mentors, Google for funding it, TDF for hosting it, and all of you in the audience for listening. Thanks a lot. And I'd say let's quit here and have 5 minutes earlier, go for some nice dinner, enjoy the evening, enjoy the rest of the conference. Hope to see you all tomorrow. All the best.